关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏， 所以有这个角色挺重要的。
项目4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第一赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Feels so good indeed. We're coming in for our grand final here of the spring split of the LCP. Winner of today will be advancing to First Strike, the first international representative from the LCP. I will once again, and for the last time this split, be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, so fitting, it's Blue Panda.
You don't know. It may not be the last time. Maybe there's going to be like a super secret extra match that we have to play just for bragging, right? I don't know. It likely would be, but at least there is a chance we see full 5 matches. There's a chance we get not 1 but 2 sets of the Silver Scrapes games coming into the last home stretch of the LCP Split 1. And I mean, coming into it, it is the PCS Derby coming in again. Talon versus CFO, one team making that lower bracket run, that being Talon, of course, and CFO having sat there waiting for them for such a long time. I mean, you could not brew a better storyline.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think ultimately both teams qualifying to the grand final through the same opponent. CFO, much cleaner. Ultimately, they were able to get it done in the 4 games, while Talon did go to all 5. And it did mean that, you know, you got to see a lot more out of what Talon come into their drafts with. Where they got down to that last game. You had to see more variety out of them. And ultimately, I think for CFO, they probably have to be a little worried because their biggest strength against Talon in their first series was Junja just playing much better than Kasa. But the series last night, I cannot speak to how well Kasa played. Kasa looked like, if he played like that all split, would have been just straight up the best jungler we have in the region. If he's able to continue that success here, CFO really have to be worried because he would not get exploited by Ginger by playing that way.
Yeah, I mean, he went from being just sort of one of many parts of this Talon roster to almost assuming a leadership position and being the one forcing the issue, making some of those big decisions. I don't know, it may not be the case. It may be that someone else was making those calls and he was just doing what he was told. But realistically, he did step up, and it was very evident on the Rift in the way that he was approaching things. He was contesting objectives, and my God, he comes out, he wins 3 50-50 smite contests, 2 that he steals away, 1 that he just secures on his own. And yeah, if he's bringing out this form for CFO, yeah, there's genuinely a reason for them to be concerned, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not even talking about the series MVP of that last game. It was Arja. Kasa had the series of his split, and it was still Arja that ultimately picked up that MVP, and rightfully so, because every single game he also played phenomenally. It was just everything was firing in the right way for Talon. They would make some mistakes, and ultimately some of these poor 50-50 fights that ended up taking was what cost them game 2 and 4, but they had enough to get it in, you know, and ultimately even in the games they lost, they were also in winning positions a lot of the time. Their early game was phenomenal, winning very handedly every single game, and unfortunately, you know, they do drop those 2, so they looked a bit weaker there, but if they come into this series and they can look that strong up against CFO, they have to be worried. Now, the good thing for CFO is if Arja is playing that well, like against Rest, well, guess who's coming in? Driver. And Driver as well in that series up against Vikings was crucial because Rest got game number 1 done and dusted. He was completely fine. Didn't have the greatest Cassante game, being that he was laning against Hwei the whole time. and Driver comes in and just performs out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, it feels similar to the sort of the emo switch-in that we saw earlier in the playoffs, where Driver isn't as intensive when it comes to those resources. He can just sort of just be there, do his own thing, whereas Rest very much needs to feel like he's being proactive on the map to have real relevance. So, yeah, look, it does mean that in terms of this matchup, Talon, that's an added thing to now consider going in, that Aja, it is going to be a pace game, and he will likely find himself, at least if not from game 2, more than likely game 3 onward, facing a much fresher opponent than he would have otherwise. So I think that is where the biggest hurdle for Talon ultimately will come out of. It's going to be a pacing game, and there is just that freshness that comes into the top lane that CFO can definitely utilize to exploit. It's one of the big things, you know, you talk about sport, coming fresh off the bench in crunch time. That is exactly what Driver's going to be doing. So Aja needs to pace himself. He needs to play a clean game. And Talon, yeah, like you said, if they bring out the game they played yesterday, I have no doubt in my mind that they can take it. Unfortunately, it's also against CFO, so I don't think they take it cleanly. If at worst, they have to 3-1. But I think more than likely we get the full 5 games.
Yeah, it does feel like a 5-gamer brewing, and that's also exciting for the fact that we are once again, for only the second time the split. Keep in mind, Talon went up against Vikings 3 times until they eventually now made it into our grand final. But for the second time the split, we're going to get to see Fofo up against Honkyu. Honkyu starting the split pretty weak. Ultimately, he was definitely looking out of place, not up to the pace of this major region, you know, coming from an amateur league. Now he's truly come to form, and Fofo, honestly, he was just by far the best mid. There was no argument to be made. He was just dominant every single game in, game out. Now, not as dominant. Honkyu coming to form. It's going to be exciting to see the fresh blood, the 17-year-old. You know, he's 17 years old. He's in his very first grand final. It's going to be very exciting to see how he's able to stack up against Fofo, who ultimately has been in a position like this before. He has that longevity in his career. He's gone over the LPL. He's performed in major regions before. He's going to be comfortable, and certainly more comfortable than Honkyu. How is Honkyu going to fit in? How's he going to manage stress levels, you know, just nervousness, ultimately, that he was almost certain to be feeling? How's his team going to assist him with that? Because there are a lot of things to get through. A grand final for your first ever split is going to cause some sort of emotional response out of you, and it's going to be interesting to see how CFO navigate it.
I mean, it's very interesting. You look at this matchup on one side in the black and red, Talon coming into this matchup, on the other CFO and the white and black. I'm seeing a lot of parallels to a certain show that Riot have been associated. On one side, the Don, the Mafia boss in the mid lane, the Kim Baron, if you will, of Fofo. On the other side, this young up-and-comer, an enforcer, if you will, coming in to try and take down the big bad, because this crime family that is Talon Esports has really been taken over the rift. Someone needs to stop them. Someone needs to end their reign of tyranny. And look, CFO might be the ones to do it.
Yep, certainly. And you know, trying to go through role for role, because ultimately it is just such a stacked lineup we're seeing from both teams. But it is time to talk about what could be the most impactful role. Ultimately, you know, coming to this later half of the split, now we're in the grand final, the very last game we're going to see, Betty versus Doggo, and their last night where they both played together, all the way back on Friday, both having an Israel game that was arguable for game of the split. Ultimately, I think Betty's takes it. Obviously, he literally completely 1v9'd, whereas for Doggo's game, they were still very ahead, and it was just Doggo making some crazy plays that just all but cemented it. These two are, you know, alongside Shogun, but these two are the top 2 AD carries, top 3 with Shogun included in our league. They're both players that have played in the LPL. They're both players that have had pretty high highs in their careers. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see where the champion priorities lie. Will we see the Callista left open? CFO were willing to do it against Shogun. Will they be willing to risk that against Betty Woody? Because I, for sure, would not feel so confident in being able to do that. But all that said and done, we have got a very, very exciting series ahead of ourselves. Before we get to that, though, we have some hype videos, some highlights, and all you need to get ready for our grand final tonight. We'll see you very shortly.
Teleporting right in from the back line to the top. It's too far away.
And they are too far. The Baron's going down. Guri, much the same. And they teleported to top lane, but your carries, Vikings, are in mid lane, and Shogun goes down. Ceylon does as well, and that's 3 members. Also going to be providing a lot. Baron getting down pretty low, half HP, and not taking all that long for the side of Talon to take down. Paranoia coming out. They're trying to deny the vision. Junja's ultimately going to be able to get his way into the pit. Down to 2k HP. The Smite's going to have to come.
Oh my God.
Junja is able to secure it. They get one kill here onto Kylie. 2 Talon. Withdrawal still available. Junja flashing out of the pit. And it's a great explosive cast to try and hold out the most amount of damage. Flash away from Hong Q. The slow from the barrel roll. And CFO make it out with a complete and utter. As a matter of fact, now Aria, being that he does have that withdrawal, is just going to go very aggressively here. Lands the charm, lands the kill. Gang just completely eliminated from this fight. Is going to now mean that a 4v5 to potentially defend what is the remainder of your base. And in fact, Fate's still just pushing away in the bot lane. Here will come the Pantheon ult, and here comes so much of the damage. Evie with it all left to do is Fate looking for the recall, is trying to get back, and Evie not able to create enough distance. It's going to be a triple kill going over to Google. They're so close. While team fights generally good favor TG West, hold up. We're going to find an engage here. Is onto Hero though. And the bullet time! Oh my God! He manages to find the kill onto Gang. That's at least now removed from the equation. And so will be Evie. It's a double kill over to Team Secret. Will not connect there, unfortunately. Conflict's shooting up through, and oh my God! You say pop like a balloon, that was a much bigger pop as the entirety of Talon are wiped in one fell swoop, and Vikings will take us to a game number 3 to decide the first place of the first ever LCP regular season.
Junja getting in position. If he chucks down a wood here, there could be a teleport coming out of Hongkyu, but too little too late. Yeah, it's not a fast take, but it's enough. Junja is going to have to contest this.
Betty getting so low. Woody's here. Woody's here. Junja's made the play, but Archer's turned it around. It's a 1-for-1, but Doggo with the Guardian Angel well and truly online claims himself a double. Also going to be providing a lot. Baron getting down pretty low, half HP, and not taking all that long for the side of Talon to take down. Paranoia coming out. They're trying to deny the vision. Junja's ultimately going to be able to get his way into the pit. Down to 2k HP. The Smite's going to have to come.
Oh my God.
Junja is able to secure it. They get one kill here onto Kyling. 2 Talon. Withdrawal still available. Junja flashing out of the pit. And it's a great explosive cast to try and hold out the most amount of damage. Flash away from Hong Q. The slow from the barrel roll. And CFO make it out with a complete and utter...
run 掉，稳稳拿到，但 CFO 有打算放你们走吗？没有，赛特选择爆了进去，但这个爆的效果再加大绝球一卷，库奇还剩下一滴，有没有办法活不下来？而后续的画面也是叫自己的闪现，不过很可惜被杀虫本能给跟上。在 CFO 这里是有成功换到一个人头，去后续还想要再做撤退。血脂的大快好喽，要追！来一个杀的冲击，也把对方给顶住。那看起来这个牛应该是要被做成牛排卖掉。有机会闪拉哦，4秒大，3秒大，球女没闪，继续追，闪拉也又做了一个保夹，再把对方级别给拉回来 ，shut down 还给到凯撒，真的是保夹哎。
up fast. Soon enough, we're gonna call it past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man's sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the hazards on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go, and all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go.
Move it, shake it till you make it, you know I'm a star. Crave it, chase it, I'm gon' make it, baby, I'll go far. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Free, black king, black queen, we on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by, oh I.
我们曾经统治比赛，但这次还没有结束。
Series and CFO punch their ticket to our grand final.
还有最后一场战斗，最后一次胜利。
It's gonna be the PCS head-to-head in our grand final.
距离上次打国际赛已经很久了，我相信我们的阵容够强，能跟其他赛区的冠军一较高下。
上路又滑出来，推两个，顾瑞已经倒地胸滚。
他们曾经说无法走到这一步，现在他们别无选择，只能认可我。他们给我留下了许多美好的回忆。现在我将面对他们，但我不会害怕。
我们不是来跟 CFO 对抗的，但这场比赛关乎荣誉，我们一定会为这个赛区夺回荣耀。
教练教会我们如何在逆境中拼搏，现在是时候展现我们所学的一切了。
First Day 不仅是一场比赛，这是我们应该站上的舞台。
这不仅仅是一场游戏，现在我们要为历史而战。
Cái lúc tài nguyên không hề nhỏ trong đối phương, tiếp tục là trường màu áo chứ chưa có tốc biến một đánh thường cuối cùng. Solo kill dành cho Ren.
全新赛事 First Stand， 只有一支队伍参赛，那就是我们。
Made for this they are. It's CFO up against TLN in a grand final, and the first time these two teams have made it here against each other since the spring of 2023. And what better time to have this matchup once again than the chance to possibly, for both of them, make it to the first strike tournament, the first ever and the first time the LCP could possibly be going.
This matchup has been brewing for an entire split now. The last time these two teams faced off in the regular season, it did not give us the result that we ultimately felt it deserved. Yes, it was an amazing series, but unfortunately a pause did make things a little bit tenuous. But here now, a best of 5 format, one side Talon, the other CFO, heading into what could be the moment that propels them to the world stage to represent LCP at First Strike. It comes down to moments like this to take those opportunities and make your stand on the Rift. Talent have opted into the blue side. This has been their
CFO.
bread and butter. Oh, sorry, CFO, yes. Yeah, look, Talent would have liked blue side. They would have loved it. It's been their bread and butter all tournament, and CFO are going to say, actually, well, we want it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Most teams outside of Vikings really favoring that blue side. CFO, being that they were in the grand final from the upper bracket, are going to be able to select it for themselves. So with Rest playing game number 1 with side selection, this is how they've started all of this series here in the playoffs. As we do head into our first champion select, Rumble, Laris Callista taken away, as Zia, Zyrus garnered a match.
That is respect. I mean, we've talked about it, Fofo, arguably one of the best, if not the best, Azirs in this competition, but it's ultimately Talon that banned it away from Hongyu, because I think justifiably he has proved he is insanely capable on the champion, and this most contested top laner as we've seen it so far. Cassante picked up. There is only one answer on the Rift at the moment that has felt viable into it, and it is going to be picked up there for Arjet. This is an iconic matchup in the LCP.
Absolutely, it's going to be that Mbessa up against the Cassante in the top lane. Corki locked in not long after, can ultimately be pivoted to either the mid lane or the bottom lane. Both of those lanes do play it. Fofo and Betty very capable on the champion. So now the next set of champs to come through. Xin Zhao strikes me as something that potentially Junja's going to look for. The Vi, much the same, so going to have that lockdown, that guaranteed CC on a primary target. So what are they going to follow along suit with? The Aurora, something that Fofo's gone towards multiple times, but ultimately hasn't found a whole lot of success on. Malzahar hovered, less than likely to be picked up.
Yep.
So there it is, once again, going back to the Aurora, and it is locked in.
Well, I mean, after the Azir ban, Aurora has been one of the most potent mid laners in the competition. It has struggled to find some success as of late because teams have really figured out with, you know, the big counter her, which is for the most part Vision. Just knowing where she is at almost all times means she can't find the flank for that massive across worlds. This could be interesting. Now, we've seen a similar approach to playing in the past, especially in the best of 5. You take away some of those weaker junglers, it leaves some of the stronger ones open later on in the game. So I imagine this is likely going to be Kasa on the Maokai, but there is realistically a pivot potential forward. I think probably the lesser of the two options, but it does mean that now Kasa has stronger options available to him going into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think ultimately Kasa is a jungler that typically likes to play for his team more than he likes to play for himself. So a champion like Maokai very much suits that sort of play style. It also means going forward, he still has options like the Sejuani. So he's going to feel completely comfortable. I've seen him play this champ many times, and he always looks very decent at it. Also pairs well, you know, has that good vision set up when it comes to the saplings. It makes it harder to actually find control over the map against it, and just the guaranteed lockdown that is provided from the Twisted Advance as well as the Nature's Grass. Now probably going to be taken away from Woody. He's been an absolute standout on the champion, and likely to be some more support bans there for the side of CFO. Kaiser, however, has been taken away. They're not going to let Doggo get that champion, which does lead me to believe there's a good chance this Corki will be going into Betty. Being that you are taking away some AD carries, trying to get rid of some of those stronger picks, the Rakan. So, and again, just a great follow-up with champions like the Aurora, the Vi, and the Cassante. It also peels very well against champions like the Maokai and Mbessa. So, very much an all-rounder champion that is kind of, I mean, just a little strong at the moment, really. So, a good ban. Good.
Just in terms of how flexible it is in both the engage and disengage. I mean, look, you could still potentially send Fofo to that mid lane on the Corki and pick something like Isaiah, which naturally does counter the divide. But again, you're putting yourself at a fairly detrimental position on the Rift, just given how those matchups work. And look, our match yesterday was very much of an outlier on that scale in terms of how Zaya should be doing on the Rift in that situation. But with the Victor ban as well, I mean, Aurora for Hongq. Where does Fofo go here in the mid lane if it isn't the Corki? So there we go. We get the confirmation. It is Corki. It's a pretty safe pick for him. He's done phenomenally on it in the past. And Ash picked up. We have seen the global pressure that this champion adds, and in the hands of Betty, this could be one of the scariest things you'll ever encounter in the LCP.
Yeah, ultimately putting together a really strong team composition so far. Talon is matched pretty well by CFO, as Doggo maybe looking for the Zeri. I do hope, and we saw it yesterday, that if he was to, and it's Draven.
Yeah, okay.
Does mean we're not going to get to see Betty Israel, but, you know, the next best thing, Doggo Israel, he also was a standout on the champion, so very exciting.
Well, it could be the best thing. We'll have to see how this game goes, of course. There's still that one more chance for Doggo to really shine on this champion, but to be fair, a 13-1 comeback on an Israel kind of puts you head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. So Betty is going to be hard to knock off that pedestal that he's sitting on at the moment, is arguably the best bot laner in the competition currently. Kaiwing picks up a staple for himself. An Alistar Israel combo does have a lot of threats. What is the answer? I mean, Rel is an option, Leona is an option, and given that Leona Ashe can be such an oppressive lane, I mean, that is a lot of shutdown from range.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, the Renata as well was an option. A little bit squishier in that bot lane, but boy, that level 6 punish is just insane.
Yeah, I think honestly going for the best option here. You see the Alistar. Why would you want to handshake it with another engaged support when you can just go range, you can bully this lane?
And
Force
still
out what
handshake it.
ultimately is going to be a lane swap, almost certainly coming out of CFO here. While Israel is safe laner, Alistar does not want anything to do with Ashe Renata. Even when you go for that headbutt pulverize, you're just going to meet a handshake. You're not going to get there. You're not going to find the CC. So it's going to be RJ and Rest once again having to navigate a lane swap, almost certainly. Rest, after many games that he performed insanely well on the Cassante, had one rough one where the entirety of it he was against the champ that he ultimately cannot interact with. Now, it's time for redemption. He's looked good on it. He gets another strike here. He gets another chance. It's a grand final. He's up against Arja. These two teams have, I mean, these two players in specific, have gone against each other time and time again on the same rosters they currently are now, and so it's going to be very exciting to see who in this series gets the best of one another, because it's Arja head and shoulders above in that head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about this CFO top lane duo is that Rest comes in, he's had a fairly limited champion pool, so you're looking at it, do you target those bans away? Because you go into Driver, he's got a very, very capable champion pool, it's a lot bigger than Rest, so honestly, I don't even think we've seen quite the bottom of his top lane champion pool. So it does shift up that drafting approach for Talon. They've got to think a little bit deeper about it, how they want to approach it, how they want to ban at different stages in this best of 5. But Bestian, it's time.
It is, as we load into the Rift, both CFO and Talon fighting for all the glory, fighting to see who was truly made for this. It's game number 1. Talon on red side, CFO on blue side. It's the grand final, as Talon are taking some early aggression here into the bottom side jungle of CFO.
Doesn't surprise me at all. Talon have always been proactive in trying to figure out where they find themselves on the map. Not necessarily forcing the issue in these invades. It is primarily to get vision. CFO, for the most part, have been pretty much on the same page. They're not going to go as deep. They're not going to overcommit. It's going to be a very interesting series in that both these teams have largely almost an identical play style. It feels like when Talon answer back on those mistakes, it is all the more severe.
Absolutely, and at least for now, CFO feeling okay to match the Ashe Renata. I do think this is going to be hard for them to navigate. If they are able to do so, though, all credit to them. As, oh, nice by Hongq.
And I mean, this is arguably, to me, the matchup on the Rift. You've got Fofo, who has just been a staple out of the PCS. Hongq stepping into his first grand finals at the age of 17. That is a lot of pressure on a young guy coming into this competition, especially up against someone as storied as Fofo is. And Hongq is definitely coming in with a point to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, it is going to be very exciting to see the battle of the rookie versus the veteran. That is Fofo. You know, going over the LPL now, returning for when this LCP region is formed. Here for the first split, doing well, makes it to the finals. The flash now gone from Hongq, and he's going to get Bramble smashed in. And Kasa, he's had a great series yesterday, and he'll start off where he finished. As first blood of our grand final goes to Fofo.
And yeah, feels like a very apt statement to be made here by Talon. Fofo says, I have been Asia Pacific for the longest time. Who are you to step into my domain and threaten? And the Don puts out a hit, and it is successful.
Yeah, Kasa now is going to be level 3. He's also going to locate Junja here on the top side on his Grom, or Krugs rather. And he's going to battle him. I mean, Vi, a little bit of a scarier champion at this stage of the game than the Maokai, but still there's a lot of healing, there's a lot of lockdown. Arja coming to join his top laner first, and Fofo's also going to be coming to the play alongside Honkyu, but Junja's getting focused down. Can they take him out? No. Arja does a great job though to get back and dodge out of that Natofu strikes, and ultimately nothing becomes off the play, but Junja does get taken very, very low, and with that is going to have to reset before going back to start clearing his jungle once again.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just a brilliant read out of Kasa. They come in, he catches the flash, knocks him back in, and Honkyu, unfortunately. The sad thing is, if he'd held that flash, there is a good chance he actually just clears distance there.
Yeah, absolutely. Many abilities in League that you are not able to flash, and unfortunately for him, Maokai W is one of them. That Twisted Advance will lock onto you. He just needs to wait a little bit more, but again, you know, some nerves definitely are going to be playing a part in this game. I think it's just unavoidable, being that it is your first major region. I mean, all of them, for a lot of them, it is their first major region finals. Kasa, admittedly, it wouldn't be his. Junja as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see that experience shining through. Kasa looking a little bit greedy on this bot side. He wants to try and deny as much away from Junja as he can. And I mean, when we talk about this big match,
he's here first.
There is just a matchup across all roles in this game that is so intense.
Full priority, really, as Junja going to take Kasa for a little bit of a ride, but with that phase rush, he's going to be completely fine at getting out. Nice handshake from Woody ensures his jungler's safety, and so Junja, quick on the smite, able to pick himself up that Raptor camp, very important. He keeps up in CS and actually gets ahead. Ultimately, Kasa could have spent that time taking his own jungle and developing a slight lead for himself, but quickly, you know, realizing he's Maokai, he doesn't need to do that. It's better for him to put out the pressure and try and deny Junja that strength.
And as you would expect, just Rest and Arja going at it, but Junja is going to be here. They're looking for an answer back.
Yeah, Arja, he has a lot of movement abilities. He even gets one back. He is going to flash. I think wise decision. You don't want to cause any
Importantly,
potential...
he didn't hold it. We've seen so many times, especially this playoff bracket, players hold the flash and they throw it out when it's too late.
Yeah.
He just says, no, I don't want a bar of this. I'm getting out. I want to be able to play this game comfortably, and being put down at this stage in the game definitely makes it rough, gives Rest an advantage coming back from off his first base. So yeah, great call out of the Bavarians of Talon right now.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the gold, it is Talon slightly, not really that important just yet. Majoritively though, it is, you know, on this Corki, which can become a problem as we go forward. Now, Void Grub spawning. You see Talon, they're up here. Rest is going to have to take a recall, but Arja, more than likely, is just going to have to answer.
He's just chilling. I mean, he's a tree. He's a big old tree. He wants a bit of water.
Yeah, correct
hydration
skin
is key.
too.
Yeah.
A lot of people go for the Maokai. I am a bit of a fan of the old football one.
What about the, is it the hallowed Maokai? That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Now, junglers once again getting awfully aggressive on each other, but Junja missing that Vault Breaker as Kasa does a great job to sidestep it. Honkyu in no condition to be contesting these grubs means that it is just going to be CFO forced to give them over. Cease and desist there as well. So Talon, they get the first blood, they get the first neutral, and things are going very well for them here in game number 1. Echoing their success in the start of the series against Vikings as well, which you have to be a little worried about.
Yeah, but I mean, again, both teams are pretty paced in the way that they approach the game. Oh, did Honkyu get caught? No, surely he didn't get caught again.
No, he's okay.
So it was a trade. That's just why Fofo was so low. But yeah. Look, these both teams play a very, very paced game. It's about information-driven, opportunity-driven. I mean, there is a very real situation where even if we only go to 3 games, all 3 games or 4, 5, however many games we go to, we're likely to be decided by ultimately a singular moment where someone was out of position, it gets capitalized on, the collapse happens, and then they just walk it through and end the game there. That is just the reality of these two teams being so evenly matched.
Absolutely. Dragon on the Rift. Casa yet to be level 6, Junja much the same. The Scuttle Crab is going to do not much but help Casa somewhat catch up to the XP that Junja currently has. Obviously level 6, a massive power spike for both of these junglers. Just so much more utility in those fights, but Casa's going to start and successfully get himself this dragon as Kaiwing is looking aggressive top here with Doggo, but Archer's going to be able to spot it out. That ward fantastically placed. There's going to be absolutely no surprises. And with that, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be the Talon bot lane that are going to get a lot off it.
Absolutely.
No dive to come through. They get the dragon. They get a plate. Archer is still full on HP. Is Junja coming down, though? I mean, a well-timed public execution could thwart their efforts here. Let's have a look. Archer getting locked up, and it doesn't seem like there's any real way for him to get out, and it was a well-played dive. CFO get one back. But the gold trade relatively even as Talon get their second and third plate as well done on the bot side. So RJ unfortunately becomes that pinata.
An otherwise perfect plan if not for the fact that Betty is playing Ashe, who is pretty good at taking towers and plates, honestly. So
yeah, especially with the 3 grubs.
Yeah, it was always going to be a pretty free opportunity for them. And Woody as well, just the threat of both of them being there creates so much hesitancy for Rest. He doesn't want to fall victim to the same thing that his lane opponent did, but with Kaiwing rotating down, gives Rest a bit more security.
Another plate though.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, the gold swing, it was already a little bit of a lead, but now you've got leads in your mid and bot lane as well. It does potentially build towards a very, very scary situation, because if this Corki Ashe combo has even just a decent mid to early game, they're actually having a good mid to early game situation at the moment. They scale very, very scarily. They can absolutely shred through Rest if he's not careful, because that is, I mean, Ashe just does that. I mean, assuming it's going to be a Kraken Slayer build, if I'm being honest.
It'll be Intel, but
yeah, well, I mean, either way, Ashe still is just phenomenal at dealing with tanks.
We'll have a look. There's lane swap coming through. It's Talon suggesting they want to once again contest these grubs. They got the last 3 for free, and should look to be able to get these ones as well. Cease and desist should be up, but Junja currently pathing to the bottom side, and it will be somewhat known. I mean, he saw that the Krugs are up. He's going to see the start of them, and so with Castle already being on this top side, he'll be able to pick himself up the Scuttle Crab, be able to start up the grubs, and at least get 2, if not all of them, by the time Junja comes back from base. They also have mismatches in the top lane where they're just going to have Betty against Rest, which is a perfectly safe lane for the Ashe, barring some humongous misplay. But
yeah,
with Woody and Casa here too, there's not even that angle anymore.
This is definitely feeling more in vein with the more successful Talon games from yesterday, where they just absolutely controlled the objectives around the map. They just had so much threat, and I think a large portion of that is because they do have the Ashe with that global threat of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. One misstep from CFO could net Talon 1, if not more kills, because they've just got the follow-up to just absolutely obliterate anyone out of position. And it's just a big threat. Junja, though, he's not going to give it over freely. He wants to try and find something.
Yeah, trying to get in there to try and secure himself one of these grubs. Casa flashes Smites the first one, as Junja's going to have to flash away now from that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Fofo, though, trying to do some damage here to Doggo. Kaiwing is on him. He's going to pop that ultimate and flash away, but Rest now being targeted down the flash. Twisted Advance, and it will be at least the Cease and Desist coming down, but down he will go, as honestly, Talon are just so dominant.
To be fair, you were always gambling there if you're CFO contesting that. Yes, you don't want to be giving those objectives over, but you look at the team fight coming out of Talon. Betty is, even not going that lethality build, which we've seen previously, is going to be doing a lot of damage to the volleys. He can then quickly transition from Enchanted Crystal Arrow to just stacking up those frost shots. And you look at it, yeah, he just gets a bit of chip damage out. He's going to land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in just a moment, and identifies full well that the target they need to lock down is Junja. He's a large amount of their team fight set up. Kaiwing then feels he needs to, but Junja's already so low. Nature's Grasp out, and from there, it is just that complete and utter collapse of CFO's composure in the situation, because the team fight was just always going to be there because Talon were preset in that situation.
Absolutely. So securing themselves the 2 grubs, the 2 sets of grubs rather. As they sit on 6, they also have the 2 kills. Talon are just 1 kill away from being able to secure themselves that Noxian Blessing. Rest though, he's now got his Iceborne Gauntlet online, so his lane becomes that much easier. See if he's able to make some advantages and try and open up an area of the map that will be exploitable. I mean, Woody is just
do
going
the thing. He's done it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
There you go. Kaiwing, he's going to be mad.
I would be. I mean, you're sitting there happy in a bush, not realizing that you're on a ward, and then suddenly, well, I'm not backing anymore, and this has been a complete waste of time. But, I mean, look, I have to say, we've had a couple of pretty solid skin ideas this split, I reckon. Corporate Renata.
How does that work?
It's all about the handshake, man.
Uh-huh.
You just put her in a business suit. It's pretty easy, honestly. But yeah, look, it didn't even come down to the feat of warfare. They'd already prepped that tower. It was just so easy. Arj even contributed a little bit there, but Noxian Blessing Flames 13 minutes just shy of. And on top of that, Talon positioning themselves to get yet another Drake. Unfortunately, while it's not quite in the same pacing that it was against Vikings, Talon have taken control of the map. CFO have not been given any flexibility to really contest objectives, bar now this top tower, without risk of dying. And it's an unfortunate situation because if this pacing continues, Talon just completely walk away with this game. So CFO are going to need to try and jar that pace a little bit at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, while they are answering back and able to pick themselves up that top tower, or not the top tower, but some plates, it's going on to Cassante and Alistair, who ultimately aren't the champs that need the gold. Nature's Grass comes out, he's locked down, Here comes everything, and unfortunately for Hong Q, that's going to be his second death of the game. It goes over once again to Fofo, and now this mid tower is under pressure. The 6 Void Grub's going to just melt through this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough spot to be in. There's just so much set up from range for this Talon roster. I think that
this is it.
The biggest thing that I suppose is a saving grace for CFO is that there is no Leona. Unfortunately, there's a Renata, which can be just as bad if you find the right choke point or just the right position on the map with the right setup. Because it goes from just being outright stunned to then you accidentally killing your own teammate because you're hostile taking over. But right now, yeah, CFO very much under the pump. They've been rarely in this position. Yes, they have dropped more maps than Talon, but it's never really felt like they are just completely being ground into the dirt, and that's definitely what it's feeling like at the moment.
Absolutely. So Betty does go for the Kraken Slayer, which is, I mean, not unique. We do see it sometimes, but it has been more traditionally the Unitel of late. So going instead for the on-hit does mean his damage is going to be a little lower, but it is pretty easy to proc for him this game, so not too bad. Top tower? Not going to go down. There's no Void Grub, so it's not burning at all. And Fofo now finding some damage onto Rest.
I mean, that's got to be like, what, 5 HP at most?
Yeah. Honestly, it might be good if now CFO can send someone that actually needs the gold up there. Arja, ever the Pinata, unfortunately now has to try and find a way to navigate this 3v1 dive. I don't think there's any conceivable way he does ultimately. There's an Alistair. He misses. He flashes. He's doing well. He's doing damn well. It's Fofo stunned up under the tower. I thought there was no damn way. Oh, dearie me. Talon playing in unison. They get their top laner out. Here comes the cease and desist. Arja trying to provide some way to zone, and Woody will be the one that does go down. Doggo picking that up, so it is some important gold onto who is quickly becoming your only hope back into this game, as Doggo will get some gold back for himself. But Arja, what an expertly played dive. Rest with the all-out. This could be really bad for Fofo, but he does still have the Valkyrie, so he's able to get away. He's able to create distance, and now it's Rest that does have to play away from the Corki. No further is there a chance for him to get back onto him. So a good look from Rest, but unfortunately the mobility was there.
I mean, this is one of those devastating reminders that just because you think you are fighting one person does not mean you are only fighting one person. The global presence of the Enchanted Crystal, he didn't even need to target one person in particular. You throw it into the clump while they're under the tower doing risky business, and as a result, they find a freebie. Yes, they then turn all their frustrations and anger onto poor Woody. The gold luckily does go to exactly where you are going to want it if you are CFO, but you just cannot be going for these tower dives while Betty is on the map with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow off cooldown.
They will, however, now be able to secure themselves their first tower of the game down here. The bot lane outer going to be their prize, as Arja is looking. I mean, ultimately, it's a 2v1 that I might favor him in. Hong Q is pretty weak as things stand. He does have his Luden's companion online at least. However, I'm not sure that's going to really do all that much for him at the moment.
I mean, at this point, it does look like he could use a friend. So probably the best item to start things off in terms of morale. But yeah, I mean, look, I think this was a message that Fofo and Talon clearly wanted to send to the young upstart coming out of CFO. They've got arguably the best mid laner in the competition, and it's time that he respects that.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Rift Herald picked up by Karsa, another great game from him. Going for the Leandri's build, so a little bit more of that AP damage. I like it. He, ultimately his team's ahead, so they're going to have priority over these objectives. Going for more AP rather than the more utility support build that Maokai's often go for means that as the side of CFO try and make their way towards the Dragons, towards the Barons, towards the Khan, they're going to take that much more chip damage from the Saplings, and it's going to be just that much harder to truly find their way in. Karsa, however, because of it, is a lot squishier.
I mean, we have seen those Saplings do a lot of damage across the likes of the LCK, and I believe even the LEC that's come out, where there's just a sapling in a bush manages to hone in on someone who is scampering away from a team fight with minimal HP, only for them to run into a bush that a sapling is currently occupying. So, yeah, it is, again, there is a minefield that will be waiting around these big objectives. If CFO aren't careful and they miss position, they risk losing not just a lot of HP, but their lives potentially as well.
Absolutely. So Dragons started up now. It might come down to yet another 50-50. We saw a lot of them yesterday. It's getting completely shredded, but Junja's going to be able to get his way into this pit. But it's Talon now just deciding to turn. Flash forward from Kaiwing, but it's going to be answered by the flash here off Fofo as Hongq looking for his angle, but not able to find it. Karsa getting very low. Hostile takeover will find its mark, but Karsa's going to be the first one going down. And Willie, he's alive! He does stay up and available, and Hongq will not as Junja goes aggressively in, but will not find anything. Now Woody, the next target, but the next survivor as Talon march through the team fight, and they're looking sturdy for game number one. Doggo, where are you going? Back to your fountain. Talon cannot be stopped.
That was easily the most criminal behavior I have ever seen from a jungler. Karsa somehow just avoiding that lethal damage step after step, moment after moment, just dancing in on the back lane. Honestly, he just stood there throwing saplings, doing what he could in that fight to try and contribute, and he stays alive throughout. Unfortunately, Doggo cannot mop up any of those kills. They transition from the Dragon into the Rift Herald, cracking open the final bot lane tower. The map is wide open, and it is almost entirely Talon's.
Absolutely is. I mean, take a look at this replay. Kaiwing, he looks for Fofo, but the reaction times are there. Nature's Grass comes out. It doesn't find the majority of the team, but then comes the hostile takeover. It buys Karsa time. He's able to get on out of there on minimal amounts of HP, and it looked, oh, maybe Fofo's going down, but unfortunately for him, well, fortunately for him, he wasn't. And Woody as well. I mean, it's everyone going for everyone and no singular person. And unfortunately, when you are this far behind, a team fight that looks like that is never going to result in any success. And now Talon are truly poised to just run away with game number one. Unfortunately for CFO, they're more than likely now going to have to start to think about the upcoming games, because this is how Talon series typically start. They get the first one, and it's about getting the rest done. Kaiwing going aggressive. He has that ult, but he's going to have to flash over the wall, but it does mean that the Between Worlds does go wide. That's the first kill. It's a reset that does come through, but eventually they are able to find at least another one. But still, that's a second kill, and even a third one that comes through from Talon as Betty just rage in war. Nice play from Rast. Means he gets one more for himself, but it is going to be a 2 for 4 once again in favor of Talon. Karsa up means that this Khan is no longer going to be available.
Doggo gets himself another one. He still hasn't completely stacked up towards that second item power spike that he so desperately needs at this stage. And Betty, yeah, he is just going to be shredding. And he was just given so much free reign in that fight. You see it, they just dive in. Everything dropped from Doggo and Junja right there to try and finish off Fofo. The bailout comes. Unfortunately, Kaiwing just cannot survive the damage with everyone pounding down on him. The public execution on top to try and sustain that fight out just a little bit longer and rest. I mean, look, an argument could be made that he then denies any chance of Hongq picking up that kill, but at this stage, when your mid lane is 0-5, I think K'Sante can probably do a little bit more with it right now.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate position that Hongq's in, of course, and ultimately his all-out does mean that he gets away. If he doesn't do that, he's more than likely going to go down with the rest of his squad. So they keep one up. Fofo being looked at, no flash. This could just be him going down, but he does have that other Khan buff, so the withdrawal's all it's going to net, and there it is. Public execution lands, but RJ does not have follow-up. But there comes the arrow, and down will go Hongkyu. That's his 6th of the game. And unfortunately, they get the withdrawal, but that's going to result in nothing, as ultimately Fofo will just teleport back to the team. It's going to be that top lane inner, cracked wide open. And generally, at this sort of map state, you'd think, okay, let's go towards the Baron. It has not even spawned. Still another 2 minutes on that objective. So Talon going to march continuously forward here on the bottom lane. Rest trying to be targeted down. He is still very beefy, so they're not going to be able to claim him. But Arjun now finds his way into the Nexus. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. The hostile takeover will land onto Doggo, but he's not outputting that much damage onto his team, being more of a caster AD carry. Still, Inhibitor absolutely culled. And the Baron is probably all that's left for Talon to claim until this game is done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Talon can just do this at this stage. They've got the Articon. They are not realistically going to be punished by much of anything. And look, all right, League of Legends fans, it is time. Class is in session. Now, Bestian. In a situation where a big ability, like an Enchanted Crystal Arrow,
Hold up, RJ being looked at. It's going to be a knock-up onto him with the Vault Breaker, and he is trying to dash and dive. Cease and desist available, and they will be able to get this withdrawal. So a nice find on the side lane, but ultimately, once again, all it's going to net them is 200 gold.
That's why Hongkyu got stunned. He missed my class because it got interrupted by a team fight. But what I was saying, if there's a big ability like that coming at you, you do not flash in a straight line. You flash to the side. If he flashed over that wall, his team were there. He would have been perfectly fine to walk out with them, more than likely. But no, unfortunately, flashes in a straight line. I mean, if he flashed slightly left, would have been fine. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. Dragon now being started up. Is Talon certainly in a position to take this one. It's going to almost certainly have to rely on Ginger and his fast hands. And admittedly, if there was ever a jungler you believe in to be able to take this, it's exactly that guy. But Talon, they're doing their best to deny entry into this pit. You see Hongkyu trying to play around Vision, trying to find his way to find some massive between worlds. But as soon as they see Ginger, they're going to strike, and down he will be taken. So much CC, and unfortunately with that, any hope that CFO had here in game number 1 will fall with it. Rest is going to have to try and make his way out. The hostile takeover will land onto him, but ultimately he does get that unstoppable. The Between Worlds is there, but so is the Infernal Soul. The public execution does go wide, but Rest is in the middle of 5. He almost finds Fofo, but unfortunately, almost is not going to be enough. As now, Fofo, he does manage to live. He's going to have to take a recall, but the rest of Talon are going to be able to head towards this Baron as the Nexus Towers are being sieged upon by these super minions.
Yeah, I mean, in a world where Hongkyu hasn't had a rough as game as he has, that across worlds maybe does a little bit more, potentially sets up for a couple of kills, but unfortunately he has just been completely nullified off the back of an early play from Carson. No, look, I agree. If there was anyone that was potentially going to smite that away, it would have been Junja, except for what we saw at Akasi yesterday. He is definitely on another level coming into this grand final.
Yeah, and I mean, wise decision by them. They see Junja. Why risk the 50-50 when if you get this, the game is just over? They flash on him, they use the Malachi W, and with that, the follow-up's there. And team fight didn't look so good afterwards. I mean, if RJ connects on his public execution as well, it is just all the more worth. Doggo did have to flash it, so it wasn't like he just straight up missed it, so can't really fault him there.
Look, it was very close too. There was any further north with his mouse position, he was flashing to the wall and still getting clipped by it.
Fofo being jumped upon. That's a lot of damage coming out of Doggo, but ultimately they were unable to find the kill. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. They are just going to be finding chunks here as Shot Barrage does go wide. Now CFO, they're getting rounded. They are just getting herded into a pen, and unfortunately, it's not a good-looking pen. They're up. They're lands for the slaughter. Down will go Hongkyu. Down will go Rest, and Betty, who feels mightily untouchable, is going to continue on forward with that flash, and with minions in the base of CFO, it seems like a done deal. They're instead, however, Talon going to take down this mid-tower by the looks of things and make their way towards the Nexus Towers. It's Doggo versus the world. Kaiwing, he's going to be there. More of a moral support pinata, unfortunately. In fact, staying in the fountain. And I think CFO, unfortunately, falling a little flat here in game number 1. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and work out how to turn this around because Talon look wholly untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, the crime boss family that is Talon Esports, living up to their name, just kill after kill, control of the map. This was clearly their territory. CFO made the wrong call taking blue side and tell them take that personally. They've got a lesson in mind for CFO, and unfortunately for CFO, they're learning this one the hard way.
Absolutely. A very dominant performance. Talon, they can go back, they can... Honestly, what do they have to talk about other than, well played, fellas, let's do that again.
The one thing, this is, again, yesterday, dominant game 1, they struggled a little bit in game 2, so drafting is always, I think, an ever-present concern for Talon, but I don't know if that, I don't know if drafting issues are enough to completely throw Talon off what is their apex game right now.
Yeah, they truly have come to form from where we saw them up against the Vikings to now. This is an entirely different looking roster, and they were already dominant enough as things stood, but now just seemingly on a whole nother level. CFO, on the other hand, falling very, very flat. Hongq certainly looks like there are some stage jitters because unfortunately he gets taken out level 2 and never, ever recovers from that. He had some good ultimates, sure, but by the stage that he was finding them, he was not able to do anything. In fact, he'd find those ultimates and die within them. It was kind of the classic situation of you're stuck in here with me, no, the other way around, unfortunately.
Yeah. Call an ambulance, just not for me. Yeah, very much so. But I mean, look, the one saving grace, I think, is that there is still a lot in the pool for CFO to really put Talon to the screws. And I mean, I'm honestly looking at that Azir for Hongq. It is such a team fight decider. If you play a great Azir game, even a good Azir game, find the right Shurima Shuffle Emperor's Divine combo, you can completely throw a team off its pace and you split the fight. They struggle to then, you know, collapse and re-engage. So if Hongq can get that in hand, if he can have a good game, I'm probably looking at them take the blue side again if they can with that Azir, because that sets them potentially up for their biggest chance at a win, at least at this stage.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best counter to Azir is just banning it, and Talon banning it already in the first 3 will more than likely do it again. I mean, this is how the game starts off. Fofo, poor Hongq, he does not hold his flash long enough and just still gets rooted up, and here, just a void grub that they didn't really have any business being at. They, you know, in theory, if Talon don't play it exceptionally well, they might find a kill, but that's just not the way of Talon, not current form anyway. Even RJ here, he misses the public execution, but still with the redemption coming down, the Ash Arrow to boot, he's able to take down a freebie ultimately on Hongq, and I mean, ultimately a mistake from Woody as he takes this blast cone for no real reason and it's just going to be collapsed onto, and ultimately this was probably the one mistake of the entire game for Talon, so it's really nothing to be too concerned about, all things considered.
I mean, look, you could consider that a mistake, but I mean, Betty, even though he misses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, zones out, and Casa somehow criminally survives with about as much HP as that top tower did when Fofo came in to defend it, and unfortunately from there, CFO scrambling, just trying to make anything work, and you just look at it, there are just so many juicy health bars for Doggo. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is Betty, who just has that inbuilt slow in his kit. And I think it was always the biggest problem with this comp is that no matter where you look to make plays, there is just the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that can always impact, even in the team fights. By this stage in the game, Talon had the superior team fight, they had the superior setup, not to mention the superior damage. And unfortunately, even with this draft, even if things don't go so badly in the mid lane, I do still struggle to see a situation where they find that one up onto Talon, who have just been so crisp.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for Hongq, I believe that was his 5th or 6th death of the game. And
5th, I believe.
Yeah, even here, I mean, just they're really firing on all cylinders, our old Talon. They realize the only way we ever don't immediately win this game is if somehow Ginger steals this, so just take him out, and they get the dragon for free. They get a few more kills off the back end of it as well. Hongq does his best to split up the fight, but really, because of how far behind he was set, he's not ever able to find all that much impact, and Fofo once again lives on one singular digit of HP. Even here, it's just really sheep getting hurted, isn't it?
Yeah, by this stage it very much was. Realistically, I think even that grub fight where things started to turn and they were just able to engage on the Ginger again was sort of, at least to me, the signaling of that decline towards the end for CFO. But look, it's a best of 5. They can look to reset going into game 2. This is far from over.
Absolutely. Game number 1 done and dusted. Talon will lead our grand finals 1-0. Can CFO strike back? We'll find out very shortly after the break.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多，就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满的。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
上路4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置哦，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第1赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Game number 2, it's Resh going to be able to play a second game of the series, see if he can get them one across the line. But TLN looking pretty infallible in game number 1. Now, game number 2, it's going to be CFO once again selecting themselves the blue side. So most likely we'll see the same bands coming out.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't side selection that I think ultimately was what caused CFO to struggle there. I think it was just there was a very, very good draft out of Talon that allowed them to control a lot of those team fights. They also got a lot of pressure into that mid lane with Hongkyu being shut down as aggressively as he was. I think he ended the game like 0-6 or something. It was a very, very rough game for him coming into what is his first grand finals, not just in the LCP, but realistically at this level. So he's definitely got a lot to do, especially coming into this second game to regain, and especially considering that we're starting to see those champions taken out due to the Fearless draft. He's got a deep pool. He's got a lot that he can play coming into this, but against a mid lane like Fofo, a lot of those picks are going to be either contested or at least understood to the point that they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of like the idea of Rest staying in, because ultimately when you look at the difference or the comparison between Arja and Driver, they actually have the same champion pools. And so you bring in Driver and then your top lane is just entirely contested. Udyr this time going to be banned out, realizing that with the Ambessa and the Cassante gone, that this champion rises in priority a considerable amount, and Rest doesn't really play it all that much. Arja plays it exceptionally well. Kalista open. Ashe maybe banned here. I mean, not Ashe, sorry, it was the Varus.
The Kalista ban is... Yeah, so Varus at this stage likely top of the pecking order. Galio is going to be taken out against Fofo, which he has played, but this ban is going to be interesting. Azir likely going to be targeted away here, given he's probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest on paper, mid laner left in the pool. Yeah, and I think you have to if you're Talon at this stage. CFO are never going to ban it if they get blue side. They are automatically going to want to take it. Rumble was let through, so it will be picked up. Not something that Rest has seen a lot of play on, so it's going to be interesting. We've seen a couple of players who sort of seemingly playing this for the first time, at least in this competition, struggle a little.
Yeah, I mean, Rest has played it a lot over the past 2 years, so he'll be completely comfortable on the champion. So we'll see now the response. Yeah, the Varus. I mean, no surprise really that this will come through. You cannot pair it with the Renata, importantly, but there are just so many champs that you can pair it alongside and feel completely comfortable. So we'll see what their next selection is. I'd like to see the Sejuani out of Casa. His Maokai looked awesome. It looked amazing.
Yeah.
Looked great. And his Sejuani yesterday, much the same. I think keeping him on these tanky utility junglers does a lot for the roster to enable everyone, and there it is.
And you know for a fact that his solo laners are likely going to be able to create that priority for him. So he shouldn't realistically be under too much threat from what I'd have to imagine is likely going to be a Xin Zhao for Junjet coming into this. Unfortunately, Desire being banned out, which I think, especially unfortunately for CFO fans, is likely going to be the case for the entire series, unless Talon see an opportunity for Cast to take away. But again, it's not really a high priority pick for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think against Junja, you just have to ban it. He is by far the best jungler on that champion, so why give it to him? And it is going to be the Xin Zhao matched with the Misfortune. So it's a matchup we've seen many times, the split the Misfortune into the Varus. It does perfectly fine. As fine as any champ really does against the Varus. Now Jace potentially, again, Arja has looked pretty good at the Jace, and also the Jace really the only champion that is able to do well against the Rumble, so it makes a lot of sense for him to take it here.
And I think while it did struggle yesterday, we talked about it, it's likely because he then pivoted into more of the tanky build. I think if he goes full, that full bruiser build that we've seen so successfully out of the Jace, I think he does very, very well in this. You've got Sejuani already as a frontline. You're likely going to see a CC heavy tanky bot laner for Woody in that support role. So I definitely think Arja won't need to. The problem is if he then chooses to.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have a look. Rakan taken away. Again, it is just a powerful pick. Ultimately, this is a game where they could have chosen to take it themselves, but clearly not that interested in it. Where do you look here? Mid laners is a possibility. I mean, supports as well, but you are going to be kneecapping your own pool a little bit. Kaiwing very stuck, it feels, on playing these melee champions. Yeah. They're banning the Braum, which once again is going to suggest that they're looking for an engaged support. And honestly, Kaiwing is just, other than Renata and the Bard, which I really hope we don't see as Bard again.
Yeah,
it's looked a little lackluster.
Leo Bard was the real point that stand out in this competition. That guy was just insane on the Bard. But yeah, Woody Kaiwing more traditionally successful on these tanky engage bot lane support roles. I think there could be an argument made for a Pantheon, given that we traditionally see it picked into that jungle role against Misfortune, but the cast has not historically been that successful. I think it's probably not the most rock-solid pick.
I think they should ban Elise.
To be fair, they have banned the Nautilus, which has been a traditional counter to the Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a perfectly good angle to just take the Elise as Talon. I mean, it does seem so strong. It's going to pair well with the aggression that Varus wants to output ultimately. I mean, Woody's, Poppy is left open, so not the worst champ. Ultimately, not that many dashes that we're seeing so far, just really the Xin Zhao, but more than likely we're going to see some form of dash, being that Kaiwing is so reliant on the engaged supports. Doggo, however, now gets his choice to lock in what could be either a support or a mid laner.
I mean, that technically is potentially true of both, though. There is a world in which this could be a mid Jace. Again, you're probably leaning more towards the top side. Kiana, that's the one. Sorry.
Okay, well, there's a lot of dashes all of a sudden. Yeah. And, some good ults, not the greatest in the world. You aren't that happy to become a Jace as Silas. The Chain of Corruption's good, the Glacial Prison's good. And situationally as well, the Keeper's Verdict. So, not the worst Silas pick, but he is going to have to blind pick it. So what can Fofo realistically pick into it? I mean, there's a lot available.
Yeah.
It could just be the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty safe pick for Fofo. Yeah, no, that's what I get for reading top laner notes while I'm trying to work through the champion selects. Yeah, I was sitting there because I was looking at top laners and what has been played in the tournament. It's not easy being a commentator, We have it hard too.
Absolutely. Talia, a great lane up against the Silas. Obviously, so much denial of his mobility. If he ever tries to go aggressive on you, you stun him up, shove him into your tower, or shove him to the side, wherever you want to shove him, and start wailing, throwing rocks, throwing pebbles, sometimes boulders.
People.
So, yeah. Actually, Talia doesn't throw people. Yet. Anyway, the draft is completed. I mean, you can see the play from both sides. You've got Lockdown coming through from CFO to enable that equalizer, be it the Silas stealing away a Sejuani ult, the Leona ult, and then ultimately knock up from Junja. But the other side of things, a very safe standard Talon draft where you have a control mage in the mid lane, betting on something that can ultimately scale up and take over an entire game, and a very safe top laner there for Arja too that should get priority in his lane and be able to play around Caster and what he wants to do. And I think that's a really important thing for Talon so far, and their success they've seen up against the Vikings and now CFO early on is letting Caster have priority in his lane so he can go around, start things up, look for angles, and then, successfully get some gold into his solo laners. So we'll see if they're able to replicate the success, but I'm sure for CFO, they're looking to deny that, to play their own game once again, to allow Junja to have control over the map as he so often does, and try and take us to a third game with everything all tied up.
Absolutely, and I mean, look, there's a scary amount of team fight coming out of CFO. If they can connect that solar flare onto multiple champions, bullet time equalizer combo is just going to rip you to pieces. But Talon, their biggest issue this game is definitely going to be spacing. So long as there is not a big clump of champions to hit, they should be fine for the most part. They've got the answers to deal with it in return, but you never know.
As we load into game number 2, obviously Talon leading the series 1-0. Looking very, very strong after that first performance and off the back of their success yesterday. And Kaiwing, he's aware of the shenanigans happening in his jungle. Is Petty going to be able to take first damage there?
Man, they're really, really trying to teach Honky this lesson.
Yeah.
They are putting him through his paces here in his first grand final in the LCP. But, I mean, as you'd expect, Talon are looking to just keep control. They're going to do that every which way they can. Oh, you almost catches a second one as well. But yeah, I mean, the psychological element of just putting this fresh mid laner under this pressure does give Fofa that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, it's the timeless solo queue classic strat where you go to the OPGG, you see, oh, this guy's on a 4-game loss streak. Let's target him with all our ganks. This time, instead of 4-game loss streak, which of course Honkyu's not on, it's, oh, this guy's in his first grand final. Let's put him under the pump. And at least for the time being, it's worked out very well. Arja, maybe thinking it's a lane swap, is here with his mid laner, but it isn't. So he is going to be able to go back up to the top lane. He ultimately should be in time to pick up that XP for himself. But again, Talon always getting creative here with their level 1s, keeping Arja there. If there was a lane swap, he's going to be able to just sit there with them. If there's not, maybe he could look for an overstep out of the Silas to punish it. But Honkyu, wise enough not to go on forward there.
Yeah, look, you'd like to think that Honkyu has learned his lesson after that last game in terms of just potentially overextending and being called out for his overaggression. Silas, I think, does reasonably well into what is likely going to be a pretty brutal gank at the best of times. He's got that ability to dash. He obviously has a little bit of a heal built into his kit.
Yeah.
So.
Somewhat. I mean, he doesn't really get Talia.
Oh, look, it's not going to be just a free escape, obviously, and it's not going to be a free lane for him unless they can find an avenue for a kill and set Honkyu up to snowball a little bit.
Absolutely. Get the lane split, camera action. Priority in the bot lane here for the Misfortune and Leona for the time being, but you know, as Poppy gets some levels and Talon as well, it starts to become a little bit easier. Doggo, you see, somewhat struggling, playing so far up in the lane, and that is to be expected against this Varus champion, but now looking for a recall are the bot lane of CFO and should successfully find it, really.
Now do we see, though, the quintessential moment where they decide, actually, it's not going all that great. Maybe we force our top laner out. Doesn't look like it is going to be the case. So top laners around Asia Pacific can rejoice. It isn't going to be Asia or Rest put under the pump here. They are just going to have that time to wail on each other and free farm. But the standard for supports is likely look for a roam around that level 2-3 mark. Leona now well and truly at her peak as a support, has both the Zenith Blade and the stun to follow up, so they might potentially look for something here.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, kind of fraudulent against Poppy. If you land that Zenith Blade, you're just going to get grounded and you'll never get in melee range. So it is a little hard. I think ultimately going to have to come off the back of rotating and trying to play around Junja.
I thought maybe there was potential for a Fofo gank there, but with Kasa just sitting in his back pocket, there was no real chance.
Yeah. Now, the cheetah recall does come in from CFO. So Doggo does get back, he picks himself up a cull, he doesn't lose all that much for it, but Talon are going to be able to answer in kind as this huge minion wave will crash into the tower. But he's going to be able to have his choice to go cull or start working towards his items. It'll be interesting to see what he goes for. In seasons gone by, he almost always started the game with a cull, but of late haven't seen him opt in for it that often. The Kai'Sa game yesterday I think was the only one. Actually stopped the recall, so I bet he's not going to get his recall off just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a good call from CFO. Realistically, there is not the damage to get all 100 to 0 out of this bot lane from CFO. And if they stop that timing, it means that they give themselves a little bit more room to breathe, honestly. And I think the big problem we've seen out of these culls in the bot lane is you do risk realistically, it is aimed to put you slightly ahead of your opponent when you get that ultimate payout. But if the timings are off, all it really does is just even you back out because you find yourself in a rough spot. So I think for the most part, Doggo has timed this pretty well. He's not going to be punished all that heavily, and he should be able to just get that little bit of a gold injection over the top of Betty when it's finally finished off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, much quieter game than last, but it's just a little bit harder for the Sejuani to look for the same mid gank he did last game, ultimately. Also, Aurora with much less safety than the Sylas at this stage, but as the game progresses, it's going to be very difficult, I'd have to say, for Honkyu to truly time when he's going to go in and out of these fights, because there's just so many ways it can be stopped, both between Woody, Chain of Corruption, you've got the Scattered Earth, even Casa on the Sejuani, offering a lot to thwart any real aggression out of the Sylas.
I think the one benefit is that he's got a number of really good ults that he can steal to ultimately set that up. He's looking for Casa.
He takes the ult, but unfortunately he does go wide on it, and now it's Talon that are trying to turn this around, but not going to find the angle. And so really no harm, no foul. You're not going to feel that bad about utilizing that Sylas ult. Will be up very shortly, and he can just take Fofos. But the Void Grub started up. Here comes the teleport. This is going to be Arja, and they really want to contest this. First one was secured by Junja, so already got more than the last game. Rest teleporting in too. Keep an eye on this equalizer. It could really be a fight changer here. Castle picks himself up one of these Void Grubs, and now he's going aggressive. Rest is going to be able to flash away. He's overheated though. That's a lot of damage now potentially missing for this Rumble. The equalizer can come down, and it will. And it lands straight onto Castle, who does flash away as well. And Kaiwing now getting low, but the seismic shove does mean that one kill goes over. Betty stuck in the pit, trying to find the damage. He's doing a lot, but he's not going to be able to take down Doggo. Woody will go down as well, and it's a wipe. CFO, they completely dominate the fight. It's a 5-for-1 and 2 grubs for them as well.
I'm not going to say it, just because it might jinx it. But a phenomenal start, very early scrapping, and could lead to big things. And maybe, 7 minutes or so, we'll have to wait and see. But that has to be the earliest ace we've seen this split. A full team wipe around the grubs, and unfortunately, all you need back for yourself is a single kill and a single grub to match with it. And Woody just doing everything that he can. Kaiwing just gets so much value. Doggo comes in late, and ultimately that is what allows him to just come in and mop up both his lane opponents in Betty and then Woody. And meanwhile, Honkyu Junja just going to town on the top side of that fight.
Absolutely, a very successful play there out of CFO. Junja going to round the corner and realize that his red buff has been started up and almost certain to go down here to Casa. So we'll lose out, unfortunately, on that for himself. And it was just a great team fight, ultimately out of CFO, that now nets themselves a 1.5k gold advantage. But still, Talon being proactive on the map. Kaiwing, no idea that there are people around. Seismic Shove lands with a stun that will not connect, but that Glacial Prison will. Kaiwing still makes his way out. This Leona champ is ridiculous.
Ah, the joys of playing Leona. Good luck. That's a lot of resistances to try and burn through at the best of times. Arja being collapsed in on here by Honkyu. Junja's not that far away.
Arja does have flash, but he is going to hold it here. He's ultimately going to get equalized on, and he goes down. Just holding his flash too long. Another instance where all you needed to do, and he did it in the last game, is flash the chains from the Sylas, and you're out of that situation. You don't lose your life. You don't give over the gold, but unfortunately, he's not going to respond in time, and that is just yet another kill, a 6th now for CFO as they are dominating here, game number 2.
I want to see the helicopter Honkyu Sylas there for a second, because he stole the Jace ult and it looked a little bit wonky, but yeah, I mean, we did say there's no huge kill threat in that mid lane unless Honkyu accelerates, and he is accelerated though. Big Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming through and still being proactive on the map. Our Talon as Junja's going to get locked up. The Seismic Shove is there, but he might be able to take down Fofo, who's trying to kite out of this instance. It's 1 kill found, it's a 2nd as well. And CFO, as quickly as 1 goes down, they find 2 back.
That's big, alleviates some of that pressure. Jace has a 2nd, and for Arja, who is going to be playing, that I imagine that's slightly more aggressive, at least the items he's going indicate that it's going to be a slightly more aggressive Jace build that we've been wanting to see more of. That's going to accelerate that a little bit, means that he is going to be able to contribute a lot more in the team fights.
Yeah, we'll be going for the Spirit Shojin first, as we quite often do see, and he is up a reasonable amount of gold for himself. Unfortunately, after that play, it is going to be Betty suffering as he is just going to have to lose a few minion waves under his tower. But you see here, Talon there in the area, Woody coming up as well. Weaver's Wall means that Fofo rotates these fights so much quicker than Hongkyu can reasonably respond to. And it looked a little dicey at this point here, but ultimately Fofo's able to just kite on out as Arja comes through and claims himself his second of the game.
Hubris, arguably the worst opponent of any of the teams in our competition this split. Coming back to bite them. Arja even coming back off respawn to claim the final kill. So ultimately starting it and then ending it. But it's only 3 kills so far. Over to Talon, they're still down by a bit of gold, but this time on the tower for Betty is going to be invaluable. They crack themselves a plate and they should get themselves a second. But Casa can look for that opportunity to try and start up this drag, is spotted on the ward.
Yeah, we'll be trying to take the Scuttle Crab and look for both of them. I mean, Junja ultimately choosing rather than the Dragon to take himself the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of these Void Grubs and should be pretty successful in doing so. Oh my lord, how many times have we seen people try and dive Arza on the Jason's fail? He's gonna be locked down for a long time though, and no faltering there out of CFO as it's pretty clean cut. Solar Flare connects and all the CC comes flying down on top of Arja and they do take him down, and a kill going over to Rest now as it will bring him slightly closer to the gold sitting in Arja's pocket.
Doggo left to his own devices down in the spot lane. Unfortunately, Talon, they don't spot an opportunity to go and potentially set up something under that tower. Just too far spread. Casa was more focused on getting the dragon. So potentially a bit of a missed opportunity again. It comes down to the fact that they probably didn't know that it was necessarily a missed opportunity. CFO taking that second lot of Void Grubs means that they are going to be chipping through these towers a little bit quicker, which does present a bit of a problem if Talon aren't able to match their macro.
Absolutely. Still, game relatively even. Not really, actually. 2k gold advantage for CFO. They're doing exceptionally well here, especially after what was game number 1. Doing very well to bring it back. Hongkyu in particular, as Betty is almost certain to go down. Junja's behind him, and unfortunately, nowhere for this Varus to go. Means that Betty will just be taken out pretty promptly. He's finding a lot of damage back, but it's certainly not going to be enough. A rare misstep out of the Talon 80 carry.
Yeah, unfortunately, once again, forced towards his opponent's Nexus with no real hope of escape. And as a result, we'll give over that 3rd kill to Doggo, who's sitting pretty happy, 1.3k gold ahead. They're about to crack the spot lane outer, and that cult is 11 odd CS away from finishing. So, Noxian Blessings claimed, a great lane position for pretty much the whole map for CFO so far. No real avenue out, no lifeline for Talon showing itself just yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. Really going to need to slow down the pace of this game and try and stem the bleeding. This game, you know, while it was a disastrous start, even after that ace, it was only about a 1.5k gold lead, but it's truly blown wide open now. They do have that dragon, which means 5 extra minutes can be bought in terms of that sort of dragon win condition. Although in 2.5 minutes, another one will spawn and CFO should be looking for it. Betty again found in the side lane. He does make gap.
There is a flash.
Yeah, Hongkyu with flash means Betty's all but sure to go down. Pretty clear cut. I mean, I don't know why Betty's even in the bottom lane is the problem. He probably should just be matching in the mid lane up against Doggo and whatnot, but they're now looking for Arja. Find a kill onto him. Rest is going to flash away, but they should be able to pick this one up. The flash forward does confirm it, so at least Talon are still being proactive where they can be, and you know, mistakes ultimately being made across the rift. It's still, however, CFO who get more and more with each of the mistakes that are happening.
I think it almost feels like it's just that self-fulfilling prophecy of, well, Varus is just getting an absolute beatdown, as he has all split. But yeah, look, unfortunately, you got to feel for Betty in this position. He's very much behind his lane opponent right now. He needs to find farm to stay relevant. He's not even completed an item yet, and you can already see that Doggo is well on his way to his second. So he's just looking for opportunities wherever he can to just get some gold, get some experience, and Hongkyu CFO identify that, just run him down, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the Silas quickly getting out of hand. 3-0 and 4. I mean, everyone, beside Rest really, is at this point getting a little bit out of hand. Woody though, I mean, he's had a pretty good game for himself, all things considered. He's been the catalyst for any of the success that Talon have found thus far. Casa as well, can't really complain about him, but the rest of the map is suffering a little bit.
But again, it's a pretty drastic shift from last game where Talon very much felt proactive to this game where they're entirely reactive, which, to be fair, again, you can understand from the situation they find themselves in, but it does, for the most part, come off the back of them unnecessarily contesting grubs.
Fofo is going to be locked down, but what a three-man shove. My lord. So much aggression in the bot lane towards Rest, and that does mean they get themselves a tower. It was Fofo that was getting targeted on the opposite side of the map, and himself, I mean, what a play to be able to survive that, and ultimately mean his tower is kept up.
Oh, that's not great. Fofo finishes the Archangels. He's well on the way to Seraphs, but has to opt into the Oblivion Orb second just to try and deal with some of this insane sustain that is coming out from Honkyu and now ultimately from Doggo as well as Junja. So it's really, as a mid laner, never a position that you want to find yourself in.
Yeah, it does suck having to build anti-heal as these mages, as they really do scale off items, and Morellonomicon is not one of them. But unfortunately, yeah, it's just the position he finds himself in at this stage of the game. Giving over Dragon will Talon. I mean, it makes sense. You bought yourself time that you were able to take away that first one. There's no reason to potentially just blow this game up even more than it already is by trying to contest another. Yeah, sure, if you somehow will get the Smite steal, it puts you on a second, and that's another 5 minutes bought, but it also is probably going to be detrimental if you all die at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's also your second. Like, you're not going to get a whole lot out of it. Yes, it does accelerate you towards Soul Point, but in the situation you're in, if you are Talon right now, that's not your biggest priority, because your biggest priority has to be just finding a way to slow Talon's roll, slow CFO's roll, because they've got a huge amount of momentum behind them.
For sure, and they're looking to start up this Rift Herald, and Talon aren't so sure they're willing to give this one up. They have somewhat closed the gold gap to what is essentially 3.5k now. Caster's going to have to jump away, and Honkyu waiting up there on the top side. I mean, if Talon ever want any dream of potentially winning a fight, it's going to have to come off the back of some pretty large shockwaves out of Arja. He's going to locate Honkyu here and do a reasonable amount of damage. Honkyu going to be quickly pathing the other way.
Look at all those flowers that Honkyu's getting. What a great teammate. Oh, you missed one.
He'll keep his verdict available. There is a reasonable amount of shutdown for this Silas, who's trying to find his way around the back, but I mean, this Rift Shield should just be going over. Actually, it's going to be looking for a steal, and Caster finds it. They're not going to be able to get the eye for now, and Honkyu's locked up. Equalizer's good. It's going to be able to take a lot of damage away from Woody, and the shutdown comes through. Woody taking it. Junja on the back line, but he's completely alone. And now Betty, much the same here in the front line. The bullet time comes through. He has to use his flash. It's very late. And he's trying to turn around and find some damage. Arja is just completely blown up by that double up, and Caster, I mean, he might be able to make a way out. Junja, though, body blocking, and Junja doing a great job at that. Double kill for Doggo. They deny the Rift Herald, but they lose the fight thereafter. And that's just more gold going into the pockets of CFO.
Caster has just been a hater when it comes to contesting objectives. Unfortunately, it then ultimately sets his team up, or serves his team up, as a bit of a snack on a silver platter there to CFO, just able to collapse. And I mean, look, yeah, brilliant. Gets the steal. I think realistically, if they just look to bail out here after getting the kill onto Honkyu, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, unfortunately, it just turns into punish upon punish upon punish. Betty has to flash away here. He's lost his cleanse as well. They can just ultimately finish off Arja, and from there transition into Caster. Look, it would feel rough, but I think honestly the best play might have just been back off. Caster jumps in, dies in the pit while grabbing the eye, because it could have been used later on.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, ultimately the main thing is they denied it, so they won't have that ability to just break open this mid tower right now. Betty will be able to sit here and clear the waves. They also, you know, the fight that came afterwards, Betty was not able to get almost a single auto attack off. He was just sitting there pretending, cosplaying that he was Lethality Varus, which of course he isn't.
Yeah, I mean, he got hard zoned, and then by the time he tried to get into the fight, Kaiwing was just up on him, hit him with a stun. He was forced to immediately cleanse, and then ultimately found himself smack bang in the middle of a bullet time. So it just went from bad to worse to just not where you want to be as an immobile bot laner, and ultimately had to commit his flash to getting out to safety as well.
Absolutely. Woody, however, I mean, the unfortunate situation that they also found themselves in is that, yes, they get the shutdown onto Honkyu. Unfortunately, it's Woody who picks it up. So
I think he's had an insane number of kills for Talon over the last 24 hours.
Yes, he has. Yeah. No, this guy is a bloodthirsty support. Despite maybe not wanting to give that much over, it is going to be the voracious Artican, and
we started so promisingly.
We did.
To be fair, Talon made the right call and not just doing it more. They are looking for a collapse onto Woody. Oh, he is well dead.
Here's Flash, but he gets knocked up. The Weaver's Wall means Fofo at least will make his way out. But the Artican will now be started up by CFO. It's a 4v5. The resistances will start to get shredded as Casa's making his way here. I mean, how many times do we have to see this guy steal an objective? It's down to 8k HP. Archer as well teleporting in. It's a nice chunk of damage onto Kaiwing, down to 6k. Equalizer is amazing, and with that, Talon completely zoned away. They are just going to head back now towards their fountain, get some recalls in, and the voracious Artican once again is going to be secured here for CFO.
Yeah, unfortunately, all you can really do in that situation is just back off and steel yourself for the fight that is inevitably coming your way with an Artican revival team. That Voracious is doing so much off the back of it being taken. It's just such a crazy game impact piece of objective play on the map at the moment in this current state of the game. And with a team taking it reasonably cleanly like that, there is just no punish. They can then just transition all 5 of those withdrawals into claiming an objective. Doesn't always go that way, but when it does, it's a very, very tough pill to swallow.
Absolutely. Now going to be able to, Casa, for good measure, steals away the blue buff. Well, I mean, it says blue buff, but
secures the blue buff, I suppose. But yeah, Dragon is going to be an absolute freebie here for CFO. I mean, the fact that Kaiwing is in this position is going to have that info, for the most part, should be able to zone out all members of Talon coming through that choke point with just a solar flare. He can even play his life just to buy a bit of time. It's only 200 gold that he's then conceding over. And if history is to follow the trend it has, it would be Woody that picks that up.
Yeah, now, I mean, still Voracious Artican there. They don't have the greatest siege. They're more of a we want to fight team composition, so they're not going to have the greatest access to these towers. They're going to have to try and force Talon away from the defense. Solar Flare, unfortunately, will miss, and any oncoming damage from this bullet time is just blocked up by that Locket of the Iron Solari. And so I think Voracious Artican all but defended for the most part. Rest's going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto this top tower, but Arja here in response, Honkyu much the same. It's going to be that shockwave that does enough to defend the tower, and Arja doing a lot of damage on the back side of it. Oh my lord, the Zhonya's is there. Just how far ahead Honkyu is. He's going to be able to get out of there. Takes the stun. Equalizer comes out. There's another wave now going down. Kaiwing still without the solar flare. Equalizer also going down. Fofo though is very, very low. Biddy though, he clears out the mid wave. He's going to be able to also come and respond to this top side if need be.
Honkyu stealing the Weaver's Wall just to get back to mid lane and shove it in again. Oh, look, that's big brain theory. Picking up that utility just to go and get a bit of extra farm before you ultimately head back to base and set the lane wave priority back in your favor. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, well. LDR, Essence Reaver, Bloodthirster. This is, I mean, it was already a pretty dire spot into the face of this misfortune, but it does not get better. Having 3 items means that a well lined up team fight there, coming out with a solar flare into a bullet time into an equalizer. More than likely, you've got Fofo, Betty, and Woody who are all dying just outright in that situation, unless it's a little off position. So, yeah, grouping is going to be key for Talon here.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, really, for Talon to ever feasibly win a fight. Their Jace is strong. Arja here on the Jace. A bit of poke landing onto, I mean, anyone realistically other than Ginger or Doggo will stick for the most part. Honkyu not going to be able to access healing without accessing an enemy champ, and that still is going to be relatively difficult for the Silas. See how much gold bid he has. He hasn't backed in a long time. Hopefully Gwinsu's available for him. If it is, it's a massive power spike, and maybe he can start to find some damage towards these frontliners. But at least for the Xin Zhao, is ultimately going to be able to avoid the majority of it. There is the Guinzoo's coming through. Baron now spawning in 30 more seconds as CFO, they've got complete control over the map. Solitaire comes out, lands on the Woody. Keep his verdict's good though. It's going to be able to send one key target, and that's Doggo way back to his fountain. Kasa tanking up, Betty wailing on the health bars. They're able to take down Hongq. Doggo walks in, RJ fires off a massive shock blast as Betty continues on forward. Not going to be able to find much now as the flash forward from Kylie. The equalizer's great, but look at Betty. Oh my God, Talon, how do you do it again? The shutdown, Doggo is shut down as well. And Talon, from a massive deficit, find the fight and will look towards the Baron.
Hubris, man, it's a dangerous thing. You don't mess with it. CFO overconfident and overextended. They thought they had the turnaround, but the bullet time gets completely swept out courtesy of Woody. And I mean, to be fair, even then, it wasn't all that on the mark, and with a team that is just well equipped to shred through this Baron. I mean, you look at it, they start here, Kaiwing trying to bait something out. They had Doggo in the back pocket, lands a solar flare, but Woody just smokes him away. Betty and Fofo have kept their distance, and as a result, Junja takes so much punishment, and with Kasa being as tanky as he is, they just cannot get through him. That went from bad to worse at a moment's notice, and unfortunately, it might just cost CFO the game.
Yeah, still well within it, our CFO at the moment, but that's another 2 shutdowns going to RJ. It's a 900 gold shutdown for Betty. Now, he is still down 1.5k gold. Doggo is still really, really strong. But how much gold did they just give over ultimately? It's brought this game back to just 1,000 in deficit. But RJ is menacing. He's looking towards now the Shrouders. He is going for that full damage Jace. In comes the Glacial Prison, in goes Woody, and he is going to take a massive chunk of damage, locked down by the Solar Flare, and unfortunately the ability's just off the mark for Talon in this instance. Hongq flashes forward, he flashes onto Betty, but Betty's answering back, good, but the Zhonya's is there. It's a shutdown now for Doggo. In the meanwhile though, RG, he claims himself the bottom tower, still an overstep. This time it was Talon that were too greedy, they give over a lot. And they are going to give over this third dragon and soul point now for CFO.
I mean, on top of losing Baron on 3 of 5 members, that is rough. Fofo and Aja going to be holding it for the next minute 20, which realistically you're not achieving a heck of a lot in that time. With those respawns extended out as long as they are, by the time cast is up, it's less than a minute. And again, I think ultimately Talon falling to the exact same problem that they were able to punish in that last team fight.
Misses the wall.
Yeah, they're just so committed onto Kaiwing. The turnaround, the equalizer onto Betty, and Hongq teleports in, makes a beeline for Betty. And Kasa can't body block there, steals the chains of corruption as well, just baits it out. Betty thinks he's got the kill, but then Hongq goes gold, and they turn onto Kasa as well. Man, hubris is a pain.
And now, game back in favor of CFO. The gold difference, although it has collapsed, they draw it out a little bit longer. Doggo with both summoners available, Betty with Flash not available just yet. In comes the Glacial Prisoners, back onto Kaiwing. Betty's just going to have to back out. Solar Flare's there, but there's no threat onto him. Junja now going forward, he has that chain of corruption, he's throwing it out. The bullet time's great though, and down goes the vast majority of your gold lead. Down goes Arja. Betty's sure to follow. He's finding a lot of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. They do find, however, 1 kill on the back. Fofo walks straight into a rumble, and he is gonna try and get out of this instance. He has the Weaver's Wall available to him, but where is he running? He's just looking for a recall. Will he be able to find it? The teleport's going to let him out.
Yeah. Out and away to safety, but Hongq going to get some big damage onto that mid lane tier 2. The big saving grace, I think, for Talon there's not a heck of a lot for CFO to then go and take off the back of that team fight. Dragon's 3.5 minutes away. Baron's 2 minutes 35 odd, give or take, by the time I stop speaking.
So back to 4k gold is the lead for CFO. I mean, again, looking for Doggo, I think, just missing, hits Kaiwing, and again, Betty's not able to hit this whole time. He's stunned up. Arja just gets completely locked down. Another great ultimate out of Hongq. Caster this time will be able to body block, but unfortunately, doesn't buy the room required.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting rough. Yeah, it's a hard one to call. They definitely were looking for Doggo, but he moved so quickly. The commitment to then following up onto Kaiwing, just a bit of an overstay that then allows Talon to ultimately crumble under CFO's collapse. And Doggo now is a threat. He's got the Guardian Angel as well. Betty
loses his flash. Weaver's wall out though, unfortunately just mispositioned. Doggo did have flash, so he's never going to die there, but if you do manage to take down that flash, that's a lot of safety removed from the misfortune, but ultimately it is Betty the one that's going to be suffering. Now, no bullet time, so the team fight strength of CFO is a little bit stunted by that, as this top tower will go down. Doggo hopefully in range to pick up the gold will be.
Money. Thumbs up emoji indeed, but Arja all this time has been down in the bot lane, just keeping that wave shoving in to at least apply some pressure to the map so that CFO aren't going to have just a free contest into the Nexus. There will always just be something that they need to go and do before they can safely collapse, because if Talon play their timing right, the wave's there could be potential for a teleport play into the base. So CFO, while it may not be the most pressing concern, it is something that they might have to consider.
Serpent's Fang, so 4 items now for Arja. Going to be taking a little bit of hit to the shields. I mean, ultimately not the most amount of shielding for the side of CFO. They do have the upgraded boots, so certainly is going to help a little bit. And with Steerax, Locket, Bloodthirster even, it isn't the worst purchase of all time. It's also relatively cheap. Doggo going to locate Caster in this bush, establishing a pretty dominant line of vision control, as Baron should be the next objective realistically with 20 seconds on it. And CFO so far ahead that they should be able to claim it. But Talon, a very tenacious team. They have 3 items on their Varus. That penetration that comes through. Oh no, that's the Chain of Corruption that goes wide. Doggo just out of range. So Betty now losing his ultimate for what is essentially nothing.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact. I was going to say, yeah, this is kind of how CFO have been playing all tournament in terms of vision, but Talon have actually matched. They have, coming into this match, the exact same vision score per minute. It is ultimately, I think, what has led them to this point. They've just had so much information at all times during their game, paired with their just impeccable skills. There was very few matches where they were realistically going to lose, and the ones that they did came off some very dicey moments.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, Dragon Soul now becoming the objective, as Talon will not want to give that one over, but it's going to take a near-on perfect team fight out of them, considering they do not have flash available for Betty. There's flash available for Doggo, so as long as he's not whacked out of a fight by this Poppy, he should feel pretty comfortable. Poke there for Arja though, he finds a nice chunk onto Doggo, but it's not the most impactful in the world. As flash forward, they're going to find the massive chunk, but Fofo finds a huge knockback. Hongq does go golden, but he should be going down afterwards. No, the flash is there. Double kill, and it's going to be 4 going down. Fofo's all that stands now between CFO and the end of the game. You see the teleports channeled. Clean and decisive was the final fight of the second game, and CFO will be going into game number 3, evening up the score.
I mean, CFO, that was just the pinnacle of their team fight. Perfect solar flare, equalizer on top. Yeah, look, he was a little bit late to the party, but Doggo gets in there, contributes, all the while Hongq was just wreaking havoc in the front lines and ultimately into the back lines of Talon. They just mopped the floor with them. And I mean, look, I wasn't sure that this was how it was going to play out. I didn't think it was going to be this brutally one-sided in game 1 and then into game 2, but it is still an even pace being matched.
Absolutely. CFO answering back what Talon really sent to them in game number 1 in very similar fashion. Yeah, the CFO win was a little bit more sloppy. They lost one fight that they ultimately shouldn't have, but then from there, they cleaned it up. They dominated the rest of the fights. They dominated vision. They dominated objectives, and they do eventually take us to an evened up scoreline, 1-1 now. As CFO will have to battle now on the red side to get themselves a second. Talon finally in the series will have side selection.
Yeah, I mean, look, you come into game 1 as Hongq. This is your first big-time match in a grand final at the age of 17. You can understand there's some nerves. You then get a little bit bullied by Talon between both Caster and Fofo, looking to just teach him a bit of a lesson in the mid lane. You then come to game 2 with a matchup that could have been a little bit dicey, and then you have a showing like that on the Silas. I mean, he was just pumping out punishment. Yeah, he didn't out-damage Fofo, but as a Silas, a lot of it is single target. You're going to be jumping in, locking down one person. And I mean, he was almost single-handedly just locking these key members out of fights. He was either targeting Betty or Aja. They just could not find any movement to work. And I think ultimately, just the ultimates, ironically enough, were such a problem that they were available in this game. I mean, Glacial Prison, you've got the Chains of Corruption, Weaver's Wall even was used a couple of times there to help him move around the map. That was a perfect Silas game.
It absolutely was, and especially after game number 1, a really important game from him to get that confidence back, to prove to himself and to everyone that he has what it takes to be on this grand final stage. Yes, he's a rookie. Yes,
he's more than proved
He is looking good now. Game number 1, a very rough start, but he truly answered back in a fantastic way. Maybe giving over a couple kills here and there where he ultimately probably shouldn't, shutdowns included, but at the end of the day, the last couple of fights, he was the reason they were so successful. Finding key lockdown, especially onto Betty, Arja in the second to last one, and ultimately getting themselves across the line. So CFO with momentum heading into game number 3. It's an evened up scoreline and wouldn't have it really any other way when it comes down to the Talon versus CFO grand final.
Yeah, I mean, a heavy overcommitment here from Talon to try and make some plays. Honky coming on the backside. It was just, you're fighting into a team fight team. You've got Equalizer, you've got Bullet Time. Yes, it's not available here, but you just look at the damage that's pumped out. Doggo coming late to the fight means that he's just there at the perfect time to mop up so much. And from this point on, it was really then an uphill battle. Yeah, look, there were a couple of misplays, couple of missteps around the map from CFO. This was one of them, but the realistic situation is this goal never really translated into much around the map. It wasn't really where you wanted it to be. Yes, some gold was picked up by Aja, who comes back for a bit of redemption. And to be fair, look, I will be honest, that was, again, one of the more impressive Jace games we've had, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Even this fight, ultimately, Doggo gets completely taken away from it, but he comes back, he's able to find Betty Sums here on the back of this bullet time, and I think, well, credit to Woody for so consistently being able to find that Poppy ultimate on who was the most important member of CFO, but unfortunately the rest of the team was just so weak that even though that AD carry was completely removed from the equation, they still weren't able to take the win. This time they were. This was the one massive fight out of Talon, but unfortunately for them, immediately after just throwing it entirely away, they pick up the Baron, they go for a fight, 3 of them get taken out, and they do not get anything off that Baron buff. So there's certainly things to work on for Talon going forward, things to look at, and then after that Baron, you have to say, yeah, okay, now Talon probably in a good position, pretty comfortable. CFO, though, still going to make them work for it, and ultimately they were able to turn the tables yet again and find themselves the win.
Yeah, and I mean, spacing, I did say, was going to be the biggest concern for Talon in this game. There's just too much team fight in these ultimates, in these abilities coming out, that if you are stacked on top of each other, you are going to be punished so very heavily. And then, yeah, Honkyu plays this so well. Casa desperately trying to body block. Betty thinks he's in with the chance there, which is why he stays as long as he does. And then ultimately, yeah, Zhonya comes out. We see it transition into yet another fight. Betty just locked away. The only player they can go onto Kaiwing, and then Honkyu steals Glacial Prison, locks down Aja. And then from there, the fight line is gone. Cast has already taken so much damage. Yeah, look, it definitely felt a bit rough for Talon there. They almost had the way back in, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Honkyu just hitting so hard. Everything in terms of team fight is there and available for CFO at all these key opportunities. And into that, there's not a heck of a lot you can do, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely not. That was the last fight of the game, and with that, the highlights are over. And teams backstage, driver getting set up. We are going to go to a break. When we're back, game number 3 of our grand final here. Talon and CFO 1-1. We'll see you very shortly.
Get ready for lolesports' new international competition, First Stand Tournament. At the end of the first split of 2025, one team from each of the 5 regions will travel to Seoul, South Korea to duke it out in Lol Park for a week of action. At FST, pros will have a chance to forge their own path to victory, whether it be through brute force, elite mental, sheer creativity, or deft mechanics, as their skills are tested like never before with Fearless Draft. The tournament begins with a best-of-3 round-robin stage where each team will play once against all other teams. In this stage, each team will start 2 matches with the right of side selection and 2 without. At the end of the round-robin, the last team in the standings will be eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, which will feature a single elimination best-of-5 bracket. The opening matches will pair the first seed against the 4th seed and the 2nd seed against the 3rd seed. These teams will battle it out to reach the finals, where we will crown the very first winner of the first stand tournament, proving themselves to be the most versatile team in the world.
This is gonna win us the game.
Of course. The winning team will also secure a second bye for their region in MSI 2025, bypassing play-ins and advancing directly to the bracket stage. All of Winter Split playoffs and First Stand will be played using Full Fearless draft mode. In Full Fearless, any pick champions are banned for the remainder of the match. This means in Game 2, there will be a total of 20 bans, 10 champions played in Game 1 and the 10 newly banned in Game 2. This trend continues throughout the series, and by Game 5, the total of 50 champions will be unavailable for play. Teams will be pushed to delve deeper into their champion pools, making the draft increasingly challenging as the series progresses. This unlocks exciting opportunities for creativity and showcases versatile gameplay.
I didn't even know that was possible!
You don't want to miss all of the action of the First Stand tournament. Tune in from March 10 through 16 on lolesports.com.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。 我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习，那就非常适合现在的这个赛制。
Blue side selected by Talon and driver subbed in for CFO. So definitely going to have a different looking game on our hands here. Ultimately, this opens up the Gragas for the side of CFO. And ultimately now it's Talon that doesn't have to ban this Azir anymore ultimately.
Yeah, it does put that onus onto CFO and see if there's a response prepped for it already. But yeah, that Gragas, unfortunately, I think he's probably going to be a little bit contested. Aja, it's his second most played champion behind the Jace, which we just saw. And it then becomes a question of what do we want matched up against it in the top lane if we do give it over? Do we want to, you know, keep the Udyr as an option? Do we sort of... there's a lot to consider in the drafting phase as we get this deep into it due to the Fields draft. Are we going to let things through because it then opens us up to pick things? Do we sort of handshake off some of these champions that are as hotly contested as they are? Because, I mean, there is a world where we see Gragas potentially handshook out with the Azir. I think Azir probably has a little bit more pro in terms of impact in this game. But, yeah, it does pose a lot of interesting questions. I think, yeah, driver coming in fresh is going to give a new perspective to the game. He's less, not demanding, because Rest, for the most part, he's not a huge sinker goal, but he definitely demands a little bit more than I think does in terms of their playstyle.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, ultimately feeling very similar, but I think mostly it's a champion difference where they do just play different champions sometimes. I mean, not entirely, but again, the Gragas being the main one from my purview,
Yeah,
that
definitely.
driver definitely plays a lot of the Scion as well as something that he likes to play.
The Urgot.
Yeah,
It was played, so I suppose there is an argument to be made as we jump into the champion select. Zyra Wukong. Ginger is already copping it.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. The jungle pool getting narrowed down now. Ultimately, the tanks as well have been targeted out. I'm not sure where Casa wants to go. Honestly, I hope it's not the Pantheon. I would love to see his Lee Sin again. I think he is such a good Lee Sin player. The Lilia remains open. There will go be Nocturne. So Azir open, Udyr open, as well as... I just thought of the champ, but now I forgot. I mean, Lee Sin ultimately, but Ginger's not going to contest it. The Lilia is something they both contested.
Kindred has been through a couple of times.
Yeah.
So look, it's not like there is... there we go. So I was wondering.
So there...
Now they put the onus on CFO.
Right.
CFO have to decide whether they want the Azir given over or not.
So this... Yeah, I mean, do you ban the Azir? Do you ban the Udyr?
Against Fofo, you almost have to.
I feel like that.
Yes, Aja is a good top laner, but we've seen Udyr fall flat in the past, whereas in the hands of either Fofo or Hongq on a good day with Azir, there is just next to nothing that you can do into it.
And champions are ultimately running out. There goes the Azir. So Udyr should be picked up, I believe, for Talon. I mean, they could go for the Scion if they don't think Driver is much of an Udyr player. It is an option they can opt into.
That is one of the few champions that he hasn't played in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly. And he hasn't really played it traditionally in the past splits either.
I mean,
and when he did, doesn't look that strong on it.
There is always
Yeah,
the fallback of an Ornn, which has been in Driver's pool. Not necessarily the strongest, but in terms of what is left available on the top side. I mean, look at... Yeah, you can understand priority around bot lane, especially between Betty and Doggo. It is going to be so hotly contested. Kai'Sa is a pretty solid pick at the moment with what is left remaining, but it's a question of how much do you want to give Talon in terms of priority around their main picks that they're looking for.
Absolutely. So that is the Kai'Sa. What will they... I mean, Nautilus. I don't believe yet. It hasn't been picked yet. This comp. Yeah, there we go. And it's a Kai'Sa Classic. Kai'Sa Classic. It's a Kaiwing Classic.
Zyra Khan.
Okay, so Zyra Khan's going to come in, and now all CFO really have to do is not draft champions that Xayah can play into, because that's what Talon kind of struggled with yesterday, is they saw the Xayah, and ultimately they had a really good comp against it, but then picking the Xin Zhao last, which she can play into, as well as going that full tank Jace, meant that she could play into it, but now, I mean, Ornn, Xayah is going to be perfectly fine against, but it is a tank option up on the top side that will do relatively okay against Udyr. So you are kind of stuck for choices in terms of top laners. Now bans can come out, so now it's going to be Talon that have the option to try and take away some of those champs that Betty will struggle against. When I think of Junja, I'm thinking, you know, the Lily is something that he often played in the past. The Kindred is something to consider, but ultimately I don't think it's all that likely into what we're seeing.
Lee Sin copped.
Yeah, so Castle's going to lose that. I don't think he's too concerned about it. The Pantheon might be CFO's last ban, but Castle hasn't looked the strongest on it thus far.
I think given how he played on the Lily yesterday, I would think that would be a higher priority. Just that,
yeah, but
that
Junja could potentially pick it up first. They do get the first pick, and he does play the Lilia, so...
He's, I mean, he's 100% on it.
Yeah.
So
he's played it a lot in the past 2 years, and he's always looked really, really good on it. So that's the Kindred. So our targeting the junglers are both teams, really narrowing that pool down.
I think ultimately that is where the most impact is going to come on the map between Caster and Junja. They could set up for success. I think realistically between Fofo and Hongq, whatever they get, they can probably play reasonably comfortably into each other. The only thing that I'm seeing that is available that could potentially come out for Fofo, Akali hasn't been bad. Now, it's not going to be a phenomenal Akali game, but with the Kai'Sa, there is potential for that just insta-burst.
It is looking like a pretty terrible Akali game, all things considered. You have somewhat of a targeting Kai'Sa, but
to be fair, we thought it was the same for Xayah Rakan yesterday.
Yeah, but Akali can't really target anyone just now, so... Unless this fourth pick from CFO is a mid laner that Akali does really well into, I don't see it coming. I mean, you could look for the Yone, Fofo, Yone, and Lilia here if neither of them are picked up by CFO. That is definitely an option I think is still available, and CFO could do much the same considering they do have a lot of magic damage already shown in their draft.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, they probably can't go to Lilia. They probably need AD, so they might just pick up the Pantheon.
I mean, it gives them some decent global threat. It gives them some great teamfight setup. Orianna, which almost to me screams that it is likely going to be Pantheon picked up there for Junja. I just don't think there's much else in the jungle that would make sense when you've already got something that then pairs so well with it.
But unfortunately for them, Talon have first priority over those picks, so Pantheon being hovered and ultimately pretty likely to be locked in.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, so they take away the Nocturne from the pairing. I completely forgot it was even open.
I think that might have been the case there. They were sitting Pantheon like, oh, this is going to be the go-to. Actually, Nocturne's available.
To pair alongside it. So, I mean, a very scary draft shown here by Talon. What is going to be the answer here in the jungle? I mean, the Pantheon is probably what you have left, ultimately. After all these jungle bans have come through, we'll see if they do opt into it.
If not for the... okay, yeah. It is a pretty consistent ball delivery system. I think it does reasonably well into the damage output of Talon. Plus, it means you can be very aggressive onto the backline. The only problem is there is a risk of isolation for Junja if he does commit too deep. You've got Doggo who can follow up, but just the sheer collapse out of Talon is a problem.
I think the problem that I'm seeing for CFO is their entire comp doesn't do that well into the Xayah. The Kai'Sa, yes, can play from range. The Orianna is kind of ranged, but in terms of when a team fight's actually happening, how often is Orianna going to be in range of punishing Xayah without also being under threat from a Galio, an Udyr, and a Nocturne? It's going to be very few and far between times. Junja on this Pantheon can do very little but try and go forward, stun someone. Even the Ornn, while you can engage from range, it's not the sort of engage that generally threatens a Xayah. It's not the likes of, you know, the Vi, the...
Yeah, I think the good thing is there is a lot of lockdown potential, which means that more than realistically, Betty is going to be able to get out at least one, more likely called the Forge God, and then all of a sudden the follow-up CC is there. The problem being you've got a Rakan, so there's a lot of support, the Galio as well.
I just don't think generally, and of course it's all going to be depending on...
It's always situational,
yeah. It is, but like generally the call of the Forge God shouldn't really be an ability that is forcing Betty to use Featherstorm, unless they're the ones aggressing, which if that's the case, you're already probably behind in the team fight. So more than realistically, I think this Xayah ult can be used on a Pantheon flashing on him or the Nautilus ult, and you should be pretty safe, being that you do have that Rakan safety net, the Galio safety net. There's just so much that can be used to provide room for the Xayah here. Admittedly though, I mean, there's nothing that threatens the Kai'Sa particularly well either. Sure, RG can run at him, Kai'Sa can come in with a gully on top of his head, but generally Kai'Sa can create the distance to actually get away from that. There's very few AD carries that can, but Kai'Sa is ultimately one that will be able to do, especially with what was left in the pool. One of the few champs that realistically can find that distance.
I mean, the big problem is on top of that, I think they have put a lot sort of into the two baskets in terms of damage output of Kai'Sa and Betty. There is potential if one of those two does, especially if Betty falls out of a team fight, I think Talon ultimately then just gets swept over because their response is just so scary.
Fight breaking out. It's going to be a big taunt coming out of Fofo, and it's going to lock down first blood. Betty picking it up of all people, and now Doggo under threat. There's a fully stacked lethal tempo, so even if Doggo wanted to return fire, it's not going to result in anything but bad times. So first blood already on the board, and just, I mean, unaware of Talon's positioning, they do get punished. Kai'Sa's going to take some damage. Oh, the ball missed. But still, he takes some damage. Ultimately, he's a jungler, so he's just going to be able to hit his jungle camps and go back to full HP.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, yeah, I would agree that CFO probably have some decent team fight, just the lack of knowledge. Yeah, okay, look, it's the best of a bad situation. Junja losing his flash means that there's not a heck of a lot of threat of anything in the mid lane. To be fair, it's an Orianna into a Galio. Realistically, there should not be a huge amount of threat unless Fofo just gets a bit too greedy and stays and takes a lot of damage.
For sure, and you know what, in a situation like that, CFO are very lucky it's not Season 8 where Galio could actually flash in the middle of doing his taunt, because that would have been a much more disastrous series of events. Woody going aggressive here, he does have bone plating, so while typically you'd expect the Rakan to lose a sizable amount of damage, or health rather, he in fact does not. Very broken rune.
Yeah, I mean, what it has, it saved Cardi in the past. Doggo doing, for the most part, what Kai'Sa does, which is just a lot of damage, stacking up the passive.
Yeah, I think RG realizing he's not realistically under too much threat here against the Kai'Sa Nautilus, as long as he does get that level 2 online and he can put out that turtle stance shield. You see him with his 2 potions as well that he had. He's just healing up. Kai'Sa trying to search for Junja, and while he won't find him immediately, he will locate him very shortly. If he is just a little bit more patient, he's going to see him. He's going to see it. Does he stop it? He does. Oh, Lord. Junja no flash, remember? Oh, yeah. This is a disaster. And Junja just caught lacking. I mean, really, really good pathing out of Kai'Sa.
Oh, absolutely. And
if Junja was he's a very efficient player. But if for one singular game he was not efficient on his jungle clear, he would not have been found and Kai'Sa would have recalled.
Oh no, he might even turn it into more now, Honkyu.
He has flash, so there's no realistic way that he gets taken out. But losing flash, of course, would have been very detrimental. But is going to be able to create that distance and make sure he stays up and available. Kaiwing now helping him clear out this mid wave and get a reset for himself.
Driver, I mean, look at it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Better using butt barrier there, just so he's able to now crash this next wave. Ultimately, if he was literally 1 HP because of that tower shot, he would not be able to get it in.
Oh, Kaiwing. Yeah, Nautilus, deceptively mobile for a big bloke. Gets the hook off into terrain. Fofo jumps onto Honkyu, but I mean, Honkyu doesn't really have the mana to be able to contest that. Aja, again, just doing what Udyrs have been doing since the rework.
Disco dancing.
The Doggo remake.
Hopefully, we don't miss this dive.
DJ Deer.
DJ Deer gonna have to spin some discs. I can hear the sound.
He died. Doggo got it.
And yeah, I mean, a big pickup. Unfortunately, hopefully we get a replay of it, as things are taking a turn for the worse in terms of the DJ remix.
Yeah, look, a much needed injection of cash. Doggo is, well, not the sole win condition here in this game. You've got, obviously, Orianna Pantheon that can set up a lot of damage. He definitely is going to be a lot in terms of that finishing of the combo. If he can get into the back line with low health bars, he can do a lot of work. So picks up the cull, wants to try and keep that gap as close as possible, but the lane swap comes in for Talon. They're going to send Betty up to match him. Oh boy.
Yeah, Aja now just chasing down This Ornn driver realistically is going to have to flash away, but is it even going to be enough to keep him up and available? He actually
That was...
manages to get to tower. I mean, I'm in disbelief. This time, instead of the bone plating being OP, it was the other one, Second Wind, that ultimately kept him up there.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and that was all confidence.
Yeah. Still, I mean, considering what this game looks like currently, for a team composition that ultimately wants to 5v5, it's a great look for Talon. Now, Honkyu is being collapsed on. He has flash, but he doesn't know there's an Udyr waiting for him. Command Shockwave, but he does get stunned up there on after. Will be able to flash away from the knock-up, so does manage to get away. Does lose his ult as well as flash for it, however, as unfortunately Driver misses on that knock-up, so Arja's going to be completely fine with just walking out.
That was near disastrous for Honkyu, but salvages very, very cleanly. Does, yeah, loses flash, but ultimately not the end of the world. They can definitely make some plays. The problem being that Casa is very nearly 6, and Paranoia is going to be very, very useful in exploiting the lack of mobility on that Orianna.
Yeah, so one Void Grub picked up by CFO, but they do have to get out of here because the rest of Talon coming on up. It is going to be 2 Void Grubs picked up for Talon, so just a trade really, nothing that impactful. Level 6 for Doggo though, so ahead of XP in terms of that 80 carry matchup. Mainly due to Betty being around Woody for the most part, while Doggo does just get a bunch of solo XP for himself.
Yeah, for sure. Casa a known quantity, but at this stage, Honkyu, there's very little he can do into it, unfortunately. But yeah, Driver up in this top side. River has support. He's just going to be sort of floating around. The big benefit of being an Ornn is that you don't have to go back to Fountain. It is a choice.
Yeah, generally because your AD carry wants to take your lane because it's in a better position. Unfortunately.
Yeah, not your choice.
Yeah.
The trials and tribulations of the top lane here. But Fofo going to shove that wave in, look to get himself back. He's doing reasonably well. In fact, he's doing better than Honkyu at the moment. I think because Honkyu has just been threatened that little bit more in terms of this mid lane. He's had to play a little bit defensively. Driver, Arja going at it again on this top side.
Now, if ever there was a battle that you could describe as a wet noodle fight, that right there is one of them.
Look, I'd argue Zach is probably more descriptive of wet noodle, but...
Oh, looking now aggressively onto Honkyu, but he's able to create that distance. The fear, while it does connect, unfortunately the follow-up was not there in time, and this Dragon is going to be all but a done deal in favor of CFO. Despite being down in gold, they will claim themselves that first stack towards the Monster Slayer feat.
It is one speedy automaton. Or is it, I believe she's a golem technically,
yeah,
due to game description, but yeah, just being able to get out with that dissonant speed boost. And Arja, that is a tower.
Yeah. We'll be okay. I mean, he's just going to heal up with Turtle Stance, so... Big whoop. There we go. He's just sitting in the bush.
Cardi getting some PTSD.
I'm watching too much Udyr versus Ornn at this point.
Yeah. To be fair, look, that is about as exciting as it is going to get, probably for the next 6-7 minutes between the two of them, without outside help rather. But no quickness on Woody just yet, and he's a wee way off it, whereas that depth charge is available. Luckily, Featherstorm is available for Betty, so he should have the easy out there.
Yeah.
But it does mean they can look to pressure elsewhere on the map with that depth charge.
And Woody will get very close to level 6 off the back of a pretty big minion wave that is ultimately crashing towards him, and they'll be able to clear up the next wave as well, which should all but get it for him. Yuntal is going to be built by Betty here. I think yesterday we saw Yuntal into the IE.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe following a much similar pattern.
I mean, it worked. It did a lot of damage.
It did do a lot of damage. The broken double recall, huh?
Now that would be an interesting, evolution for Galio. It's just Big Sword Galio.
Huh?
He just turns his wings into a big sword when he's recalling there.
Oh, yeah. Fair.
Just, jumps on top of them.
Then
with a
wouldn't
team
he
fight.
just look awfully similar to Garen?
Well, he's just Aatrox essentially there. He's got big wings, he's got a big sword, he comes crashing down and knocks people up. So Maybe it's
League in
cosplay?
its purest form.
Yeah, just knock ups and big swords.
Void
that's what it
Grubs-
was back in the day, just LSR Garen everywhere.
Yeah, Void Grub's now spawning in 20 seconds, so possibly a trade to come through. Paranoia will be back up and available. The Hero's Entrance very soon to be as well. Ultimates up across the map.
Yeah. And that Call of the Forge guard just sitting in driver's pocket there, so at least they have a somewhat of a deterrent if the timing is on point. The problem being if somehow Woody gets into the backline and can get the Grand Entrance onto driver, it completely disrupts it. Then there we go, quickness
Grand
going.
Entrance comes through, the Hero's Entrance soon to follow, and Junja's knocked up. Everyone's getting knocked up. Kaiwing will flash away, but Betty's free hitting on the back line. Driver gonna have to sprint on out, but the command shockwave is damn near perfection. Still, a bouncy castle occurring here in the middle lane. As another member does narrowly escape, but it's Casa who pays for it with his life. Low health bars though, so I'm not so certain that the side of Talon are going to be so willing to give these over. Junja, he gets himself the one. He's now heading the opposite direction, and now Talon, despite not having their jungler, is going to be able to get priority around this objective. They're not going to start it up. Casa on the way, of course, if he so chose to be. Oh, Woody, he does it again.
Yeah. I mean, Junja, I mean, look, it works out. It doesn't give over the a point towards that feeder monster slaying for Talon, who still have yet to find one, but I mean, there was an argument to be made, Junja recalling and then Grand Sky falling back in to try and assist if something does happen on the backside, but yeah, I mean, you look at the utility team fight coming out of Talon, it's a very scary, but Honkyu, 4-man command shockwave, and Doggo jumps in on the backside to finish off Casa. It looked like for a moment the turnaround was going to be there, but Betty just spoiled for target assignment. Can't find the damage to finish anyone off, and CFO propel themselves back into this game and into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Honkyu having a phenomenal game too, and now it's game 3 as well, where that looks like an entirely different fight if not for his shockwave. He also flashed out narrowly in time of getting knocked up and charmed by Woody, so just almost played to perfection out of Honkyu there.
Doggo didn't get himself that plate gold.
Yeah, just preferring the tempo over 125 gold. It means he's going to be back in time to claim this minion wave, which will mean that he gets that XP, maybe a little bit less gold, but you do need those levels, need to be able to keep up in the game. And Betty already at a slight advantage in terms of level. He will also hit level 9, will Doggo, off the back of this minion wave, and he found a great angle back into that fight as well, finding that killer instinct off the back of the shock wave.
I don't know how he didn't die there. I mean, he was in the middle of the entirety of the rest of that Talon roster and gets himself clear off the back of his flash.
Absolutely. Now, 4 people off CFO down this bot lane. It is going to be the Dragon. Paranoia up, Hero's Entrance very soon. No flashes though, really, to talk of. Driver does have his, but Fofo as well. I'd argue that the Gullio flash generally finds a little bit more utility. It's a little bit easier to find that CC off the back of a flash than Ornn, who typically has to do it to find an angle on a wall or something for the knockup.
The proxy, oh dear. Will just back himself off. Can teleport down.
His minions are going to hit him.
I mean, he could have, but ultimately, yeah, it's better for him to clear the way.
Forward, and this is what I'm talking about. And they go. Junja now the target of a lot of heat. It's going to be the shockwave. This time it won't find 4. It does find 2. And it keeps Junja up just that much longer. But he will be taken out eventually. Almost doesn't. But Betty comes in with that Blade Caller. Going to be able to find himself 1. Both top laners now teleporting in 2. The Call of the Forge God lands. Betty, though, still keeps his ultimate up and available. It is Woody that gets taken out. And low health bars for Casa. Driver as well, relatively low, but it's still going to be 2 kills picked up by CFO for just the one of Talon. And it was Talon who finds theirs first, so in terms of the feats of strength, they actually do manage to find the feat of warfare before the 2 is answered by CFO, and ultimately does remain a fairly even game.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot committed just to find Junja, who now that he's back up, if they do start something, can Grand Sky fall in, and you're looking for those opportunities. How in the world does Junja survive as long as he does in this situation? Because look, he's about to die. Another just a little bit of healing coming out of that itemization. And it does ultimately mean that Fofo dies, giving over the kill to Honkyu. Woody gets caught. There's no way out for him off the CC stun chain. And Doggo just sitting there happily wailing in on the background means that the damage is enough to send Driver over for the kill. So yeah, look, there's just so much punish, so much sustainability coming out of CFO that Talon, I think, are going to find struggle to find those openings.
Absolutely. And so Dragon's going to be given over to CFO. In the meantime, however, Kasa doing his best to find something for himself. He'll be taking away this top side away from Ginger. Driver's going to locate him, but still he gets the camp. He gets now the smite upgraded and likely to get this tower as well. So it's not all for nothing. Ultimately, Talon are answering back. They're getting gold.
And the Noxian blessings off the back of that tower. So look, timing-wise, yeah, they salvaged what could have potentially been that going over to CFO. They managed to hold off where they need to.
Yeah.
I mean, again, not the most massive of advantages, but it's every little bit certainly helps.
For sure. I mean, they got more out of it than the Dragon, as long as they're now able to stop the concurrent Dragon stacking that can come out of CFO. They're now one away from at least having Soul Point, being that they picked up the first and second Dragon. But for the immediate time being, Talon will get an advantage out of that macro play they found. It is going to be CFO with the more of a quote-unquote scaling option, where they do find themselves an extra win con if they are able to continue making their way through these Dragons.
Yeah, and I mean, Cloud Soul going to mean that it is a lot harder to stick to the CFO roster if you are Talon. Yes, you've got a great delivery system of the Galio, but just that movement speed, meaning that your primary targets in Honkyu and Doggo can reposition that little bit quicker. It's going to be a little bit harder to stick to them. So I think that is likely CFO's angle. There is a Herald up, and Caster is going to be working his way over towards it to try and start it up. But you can tell CFO don't want to give this up.
Yeah, most likely some form of fight breaking out. I mean, every fight so far has just resulted in one or two people going down, never really a full squad. Void Seeker going to connect, but it's just going to give vision for the time being, as Carson now going to pop that ultimate. They're finding their way onto Kaiwing, who is a little bit far forward in terms of his team. In comes the call of the Forge God, but it's only going to connect onto Kasa and Arja, but Arja's getting taken down very low. Driver much the same on the other side of the fight, and it's going to be the depth charge, and Doggo should all but secure himself that first kill. Woody finds the charm, and here comes the hero's entrance. This fight is extremely split, but Doggo finds his way back to his team. Caster flashing forward, he gets the slow. They're looking for Doggo. The Blade Caller is going to be flashed away from, and so will be Doggo making way out, and Woody, oh my lord, those Void Seekers are not connecting like they will be in the future. Woody is going to be able to survive, but Casa back now on to this objective. In the meanwhile, though, it's Honkyu down the bottom. He's getting himself an inner tower, and that's a massive leap of gold in favor of CFO, as Kaiwing looking to discourage Talon around this Rift Herald. I mean, he's not going to be able to do much. It will just be going over. The rest of the team now come in and assist. It's a bad tempo play, though. Talon now going to be very slow back onto the map. Only Woody and RJ, really, as Honkyu teleports now into the mid lane and will be able to start to try and chip away at mid tower.
Oh, they were so convinced, but unfortunately no primary targets other than, well, it's a Nautilus. You're not really going to have the greatest time. Great call to Forge God. Driver just plays this so well in just drawing all that attention from four members. Doggo ultimately picks up the kill onto Arj. They're looking for it, and Doggo just breaking knees as he jumps into the backside, ultimately gets himself out as well. Has to burn the flash, but oh, that could have gone so much worse.
Absolutely could. That's both summoners now down for Doggo, however, so the next fights can be very punishing. If he does find himself locked up at all, he will only have that Killer Instinct, which will have to be used defensively if things start going awry, and it's not always the easiest to find, but still, they managed to navigate it. Honkyu gets himself a massive amount of gold. Now 2k up in that mid lane. He has the Leandries online. Fofo trying as he might to get to that Riftmaker. Still relatively far away. He's stopped off for a Bramble Vest as well to try and, deal with some of the healing coming through, ultimately, mostly by Ginger.
Look at that damage just coming out of Honkyu off the Leandri Seraphs. It's a Galio too, which it makes it all the more impressive.
Absolutely. Dragon, 1 minute away, and that, all of CFO's eyes are going to be peering towards that objective. If they do pick it up, well, they're going to be in a massive and a commanding lead. They are up gold now off the back of Honkyu and his split pushing. But mid tower being looked at now. The Rift Herald placed down. A lot of damage coming through. Betty does have his ultimate, but it's just going to be the Nautilus ult for nothing. Now, won't have that for this oncoming Dragon fight. And the mid tower taken out, so vision control a lot easier for Talon to establish, and 3 wards in Woody's back pocket means they should be assured this Dragon, or at least make CFO have to try and fight it in a very difficult position.
You look at both ADCs 3-0, they're sitting happy, they've got some big items. So damage threat is going to be ever present. They need to play this, the spacing needs to be on point if you stack up for Betty to just throw those feathers at you. And however many others are on top of you, it's a pretty easy team fight to win.
Yeah, both 80 carries 3-0. I think what better champions than Kai'Sa Xayah to come down to what could potentially be just an 80 carry showdown. Very, very even champions in terms of what they offer a team and how they offer it. Now, Fofo going aggressively in alongside the rest of the squad, and that's going to be Kaiwing taken out. No ultimate to respond, of course, and now in a 4v5, they are able to find the command shockwave, but it's only going to land onto Woody, and there still is a lot of utility left. The quickness is there, but down will go Driver. He's no longer going to be there. The flash from Woody is going to lock down Hongq, and all of your gold will fall with him. Shut down to Betty. What a worse champion to give it to. Betty's going to be freely running through these fights, and Doggo, who doesn't have summoner, is not going to be able to answer at all. And now towards the top lane, go Talon. The Artican is up there. Driver no teleport, Hongq no teleport, and this is all but a done deal. Dragon, however, is up. Will CFO opt to just try and look for the trade? For the time being, Arja down there defending it. Doggo pretty convinced he can try and stop this attack. The Void Seeker come through. It connects onto Woody and Kaiwing.
There's a Grand Skyfall to assist.
Oh no, Doggo is dead. Oh god, Doggo, he gets the killer instinct, but RJ should be able to make it onto him. Won't be for the time being, and that's going to be Kaiwing losing his flash as RJ continues on forward. But with that, Artican will not be picked up by Talon. And honestly, priority around the Dragon.
That's crazy. Just Doggo walking up with the Grand Skyfall coming on the back lines.
And CFO started. CFO have started this Artican. Their condition is so much better. Talon yet to find recalls off the back of their team fight. Ultimates are there, Paranoia's up. This could be a difficult one. I mean, still the health bars certainly have a chip taken out of them here for Talon.
Call the Forge God is not far off. Command Shockwave is there.
Fofo, he doesn't have flash. There's no real way for him to get over that wall. He's just trying to poke damage off. Kai'Sa turns the light off. He's been good for these steals time and time again. He's in the middle of everyone. Here comes the hero's entrance, and Betty takes out one. It's Kaiwing and goes down first. But Driver finds a 3-man knock-up. Betty still safe in the backline as Arza trying to play distraction in the backline of CFO. Betty flashes forward. Doggo gets stunned up, but it's CFO taking the fight. Another shutdown. It's 2, and the Archon to follow as the condition was not there for Talon. CFO take the fight.
The insanity that is Doggo zoning off Talon from the Artican. They think they can collapse onto him. Junja, I don't even know if they knew that Junja had Grand Skyfall over the back of them. And you look at this team fight, everything is so horrific for CFO here. They're so split. Kaiwing is just melted because there is no way to get the support over that wall. And then ultimately Talon look to go back in. Driver as well, just shredding under the weight of Betty. And from there you think, yeah, this is it. This is CFO's chance to really just drop out of the game and give it over to Talon, which is a disaster. But Junja stays alive. Doggo stays alive. They start up this Artican after scaring Talon off it. They think that they're good to back off, but look at it. The jump in, the paranoia. They isolate targets. Arja can't do anything. Kaiwing has systematically played his life so spectacularly, and all the while, Doggo just still there, pumping out damage, ripping through Fofo, and Driver again. Every single member of this CFO roster is desperately trying to enable Doggo and Hongq to set themselves up for success, and Doggo plays that to perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to go back and look at this. As Talon, you've got such numbers of advantages after the back of that fight. The Dragon's up, and it would stop the 3rd Dragon for CFO. Instead, they go to the Artican. They're not able to take it. They die in the team fight. They give over the Artican. They give over the Dragon. And now they're in a really, really horrific position. And look at the damage. I mean, Hongq outputting so much. Ooh. In that fight, Fofo ulting the wrong person. Ultimately, Fofo's in the middle of like 4 different people. I mean, sorry, Kai'Sa's in the middle of like 4 people. And Fofo's ult comes down onto Woody in the back line. So unfortunately, just really misplaying that last team fight, as well as the macro decision making, just very poor there.
You talk about macro decision making, and CFO with that Artican buff are going to instantly make the decision to start it up. I mean, they've got the perfect champion. In that Kaiser.
Talon are aware of this going down. Arja going to take a lot of the heat here. There is an ultimate that can come through from this Galio. Down comes the Grand Skyfall, but they're not going to be able to find their mark onto Betty. They do, however, take down Arja. It was a lot committed.
That was a blind call to the forward god too.
Yeah, a lot committed. So Paranoia is still up. There's a teleport for Arja if they're able to delay this long enough, but 30 seconds is a long time to try and stop what could potentially be this Baron, but seemingly not confident enough RCFO to take it. They did commit a lot of ultimates there to ensure that Arja goes down, the Grand Skyfall, the Call of the Forge God, as well as the Depth Charge. And so, you know, the Voracious Artican, for the most part, was neutralized.
Look, it gets you the third Drake. It gets you some prior around the map. It gets more gold in the pockets of Doggo, which is going to be absolutely invaluable at this stage in the game. But suddenly Talon say, well, oh, look, they've gone. We can make this call. It is known almost immediately. No Grand Skyfall, so it's going to be the TPs. They might just get this away in time.
Nowhere near. Junja trying to get there. The teleport now coming through for Driver, but this is down to 4k HP. The Paranoia are also out. It is so low, and Talon are just going to be able to take it. Now can they get out? We've seen them in this position before, and they all get taken out. Honkyu finds a massive command shockwave, but there is some protection there coming through. It's a really quick entrance, but Doggo's shut down. Betty trying to kite around the ball. He does still have the Feather Storm, but he's knocked up immediately, and only Carson left. Would he may be able to make it out, actually, as Arja will certainly be thrown to the wolves. So two Barons still here, being welded by Talon. They were not able to find a way out. The teleports, the collapse there for CFO, but they do, for the time being, take the Baron off the map.
It was a big shutdown out of Doggo, though, that Betty ultimately does pick up. I mean, yes, him playing his life that way means they can get more Baron buffs off the board, but that was a very ambitious dive. Talon, for the most part, play this about as well as they can. The Paranoia to just completely deny vision so they can finish off the Baron, but Fofo's just stuck. There is nothing he can do. Doggo rips and tears through him, and from there, Honkyu, yeah, on the back line, just making it so hard. Betty is just given free gold there. Look, Doggo, it does ultimately mean they take down 3 of the 5 Baron buffs that were available, but they still, I think, could have done that without him ultimately dying.
Yeah, and it was definitely a misplay, but Honkyu, once again, he comes in and he finds a 3-man shockwave and makes that team fight even conceivable. I mean, ultimately, though, it did appear, at least from where I was sitting, that Talon could have just ultimately ran out the top side of the map. Chose not to.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit stuck in that Fofo was being jumped on. They felt the need to try and save him, because he very nearly did get the hero's entrance off. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late, because Doggo is an absolute beast right now. And he's picked up the Seeker's arm guard immediately after that fight, which is a bit of a shame. If he'd had it beforehand, likely it goes the same way, but he survives ultimately.
Yeah, now Betty, he's got 4 items. He has now got some armor pen, he's got the Navori, he's got the IE. He's really going to be outputting almost insurmountable amount of damage. It's going to be up to Honkyu more than anyone else to be able to zone the Xayah away from the fights. The Call of the Forge God can only do so much. Dragon on the horizon, 30 seconds. There is still the Baron buff available for Woody as well as Karsa, so Baron buffing up these minions. But Driver and the beefy tanks that CFO ultimately do have are doing their best to try and thwart them off. Fofo coming in from the flank, but he's not going to be able to find the angle. The Paranoia comes up. They don't know where Fofo is. They have no idea that he's on the top side. Climbing at least will, but he's going to be taunted up. He's going to be stunned down, and he is just going to be taken out. Call of the Forge God coming through, but Betty's going to be knocked up, and Betty's going to get taken down to a very low amount of health, and he is going to get jumped on by Doggo and taken out. Can they find Doggo? He needs to be taken out, but he's running through these team fights. He's finding every Void Seeker, and Fofo running for his life, trying to get away from the inevitability that is Doggo. Algie as well, taken down on the back end with only Fofo left and Driver chasing him down. This very well could be the end of Game 3 with CFO in a pretty convincing fashion, but the phase rush, Fofo trying to find a way out, and with respawns coming through, I don't actually think the game will be over. I mean, Doggo here.
I mean, they cracked the base, which is, I mean, at the very minimum, what they need to do in this situation. Junja as well is going to bag the Dragon Soul, unless Fofo finds a Miracle Teleport to get out, which, I mean, he's going to recall. It was Driver. He's not a huge amount of damage straight onto a Galio, but Junja, he's maximizing potential here. will ultimately claim the soul, and what has already been a hard lockdown fight for Talon just becomes infinitely worse. They're just looking for a target. There is nothing that they can do, and Kaiwing just consistently puts his body on the line for the team to make miracles happen. Jumps in, draws all that attention, allows the follow-up team fight. Doggo into the backlines, into the thick of danger, finds himself a double, and ultimately they then collapse and find Aja as well with the Grand Skyfall follow-up. He's been slowed up by the Command Dissonance. Kaiwing, the game is not even over, but he is definitely my MVP.
Yeah, doing very, very well. I mean, everyone on the CFO ultimately coming together and performing. It really is becoming, if Betty can carry this one, maybe Talon have an angle in, but they're against what is the Cloud Soul now. That just makes the game 20 times more difficult ultimately. And I mean, I've got to be somewhat critical of Betty. Yes, he's playing well for the most part. He's still yet to dodge out of a single shockwave. He had flash available for himself there. He had ult. He got hit by the Ornhorn. He gets knocked up. And unfortunately, Honkyu is able to get that command shockwave off before he comes back down to earth and takes off the vast majority of his health. If he is staying up, if he is able to output that DPS, then maybe there's a conceivable chance they're able to take it. But at least for the time being, it hasn't come to be, and Betty's just been able to be completely cleaned off the map.
Well, we're hitting that time of the game, Vestian. Driver is 14. Our first upgrade goes the way of arguably, I think, the best champion for it to go. Upgraded Void Staff for Honkyu, and all of a sudden, what has just been a very scary Orianna gets that much scarier.
Absolutely. Now, Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Keep in mind, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Talon to fight into this Cloud Soul. The movement speed there, you know, not even talking about after you ult, just even before you ult. It makes everything all the more difficult. Castle waiting the wing, seeing if he can find anything, but Junja there marking him. Fofo once again trying to find a way around the side. He looked last time, he only found Kaiwing, and that ultimately netted in a teamfight win for the side of CFO. Now Baron spawning, they're going to go over, they're going to start it up, and somehow, some way, Talon have to find a way into the river and just try and contest what could be really their last fight of at least this game. Paranoia now used. Honkyu goes golden, but he can get locked up afterwards. They're going to jump on him. He gets flashed. He gets knocked up, and a lot of damage. Betty with a great Feather Storm, and he's wailing through his health bars, but Doggo's just that much quicker. It's 2 kills already for the side of Talon. Sorry, the side of CFO as Doggo comes in, but Doggo's rooted up, and Betty finds it. This could be the turnaround. Really low health bars. Betty trying to find what he can, but back will come Honkyu. Down does go Doggo. Junja's here. Junja with the flash, and they secure yet another kill. And oh my god, everything coming together at the right time. Doggo does get taken down. Honkyu gets the recall off. He gets the teleport back in, and Junja locks down Betty. They take the kill, and they will get this big purple worm as well.
Oh, they dropped everything onto Honkyu. He goes golden. He still gets knocked up with the hero's entrance after the fact, but he survives long enough that he escapes the CC and commands shockwaves onto 2 of the biggest targets in that game in terms of enabling teamfight. Doggo does this thing again where he just jumps into the middle of a team fight and unfortunately hands over a bounty, but at that stage, Honkyu's backed off. He's then teleported back, and I mean, you look at it, they see the target. Unfortunately, there's a Zonya's. Fofo's there on top of him as well. Goes for the taunt. They just drop everything to try and lock down Honkyu here, but the command shockwave lands onto both Fofo and Casa. Doggo doesn't need to go as deep as he does. He's finished off Aja, and then for some reason makes the call to jump straight into the 2 people that will likely lock him down to set Betty up for a kill. But the fact that Honkyu made just a massive call to immediately recall and then come back in with a teleport. Junja, Grand Skyfall, locks down Betty, means that he's easy pickings. And look at Rest, he's absolutely stoked to see his team dominating the Rift right now.
Yeah, and you must be. Gold lead now up to 9k. I mean, full items are coming through. The gold lead starts to feel a little bit less important. Yes, you do have Honkyu up a lot, but ultimately Fofo is just there as a bit of a pinata and some CC. So it really does fall if Talon ever want to hope onto Betty's shoulders, but even he is no longer ahead. You've got that Ornn upgrade as well on the Nashes, so this
and the Black Cleaver even for Junja, like everything is just coming online. for CFO.
Absolutely. Baron Siege now on this bottom lane. Betty, yes, he's got wave clear. It's pretty hard to access the waves through this Orianna. Kasa getting escorted away from the mid wave. This is going to be at least the inhib going down if a fight doesn't immediately erupt, and there isn't really the angle here. I think what we're seeing now is Talon realizing they cannot pull the trigger unless it's on someone that Betty can auto attack, because that is where the entirety of their damage will be coming from. Driver's going to get CC'd up and taken pretty low ultimately. Fofo in the thick of things though, he will be going down. He goes golden first of all. Betty gets hit by that Call of the Forge God. Fofo with the flash away is going to get taken out. It's Kaiwing rather that takes it. Doggo outputting so much damage here onto Arja. And now with that 4v5 and not that much to work with, it's going to be CFO breaking open the bottom lane as well. Now minion waves coming in from both angles. They're baroned up. Arja gets hooked and will go Woody. He tries to find his way into Doggo. He misses absolutely everyone. A complete airball here out of the Rakan as Betty's still not able to auto attack. Doggo goes on in with that killer instinct, but he is just going to be able to take down Arja. It's going to be another kill here for CFO. Betty trying to find what he can, but it's nothing at all. Down goes the Nexus, and down goes game number 3.
Quadra kill
is picked up for Doggo, and CFO now lead the series 2-1.
Look, third time's the charm. He dives in twice, dies. Third time, he's rewarded with a quadra kill off the back of it. And yeah, definitely CFO hitting critical mass there. It got to the point where Betty could not step even remotely close because there was just so much collapse potential. Doggo is just an absolute fiend when given that room to work, and he was just given so much room to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seemed to me like we're going to have an AD carry showdown.
It is a show-off so far.
But unfortunately, I think this game was Hong Q. My MVP for that game was Hong Q. He found Betty 3 fights in a row and ultimately led to them winning every single one of those instances. He was the reason why Betty was not able to take over a bunch of these team fights. Doggo was able to just shred through Arja because Betty was not able to output nearly as much damage because of the pressure being put on him by this Orianna. So I think so much credit
absolutely
to Hong Q, especially game number 1. I cannot state just how bad it was for him. He was completely annihilated. Now coming into game 2, fantastic Silas, and game number 3, a show-stopping Orianna performance that now puts them on match point. They are now one singular game away from being the first LCP representatives at an international tournament, and what better international tournament than the first ever first strike.
Exactly. I mean, you can see him performing even under the pressure that was the Kasa Fofo combo. You got a Nocturne Galio hunting for you every opportunity they can. I think they found one execute effectively, and it wasn't even the hero's entrance. Fofo was just on the back line. He turns golden, avoids all the damage from the paranoia, gets taunted up, gets grand entrance, survives through all of it, and lends a command shockwave onto Kasa Fofo, allowing Doggo to ultimately seal their fates with the damage he was pumping out. Kaiwing, to me, definitely a close second. It is a very close. He just did so much that game in terms of setting up, in terms of playing his life so the team could find those openings. But yeah, Hong Q going from as oppressed as he was in game 1 to stepping up and shining as brightly as he is right now is just everything that you want to see out of a rookie mid laner.
Yeah, and the game starts ultimately with Talon just getting a completely free first blood. They find the first blood, they continue forward, they don't get another one, of course, and then Kasa finds a solo kill onto Junja in his jungle, and it looks like, okay, well, Talon have put together a pretty good game for themselves. They should be able to close this one out, but ultimately, it was just a few mis-executions, a few fantastic shockwaves that turn this game around entirely and allow, honestly, CFO at Avenue back in. Even here, Doggo
breaking ankles
dead to right, finds the way out, finds the flash on the back here. You know, if he goes down here, we probably have an entirely different game. But this was the objective that absolutely ended it. Talon, they win a fight mid. They completely stomp a fight mid. It was a 2 kill for 0, and instead of just doing the dragon, which would have denied third dragon for CFO, they go try force the Arakan. CFO get on the map, and unfortunately from there, they get the team fight win, they get the Arakan, and they never relinquish that pressure ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it also comes down to ultimately CFO played their spacing that much better. You look at it, there's a Galio Nocturne combo you need to be worried about. There's also just the phenom that is this Xayah Rakan bot lane. But aside from these moments, yes, we can forgive Doggo those. Their spacing was just phenomenal. The same cannot be said for Talon, who consistently found themselves in 2, 3, even 4-man command shockwaves out of Hongkyu. And you look at it, these are literally the best opportunities they are finding to collapse onto anyone for Talon right now. Kaiwing completely throws that off, ultimately survives, and they just bait out so much. In on the back lines, Doggo goes in, finds a massive team fight for himself, and all in the thick of it, under pressure, under attack, is Hongkyu thriving.
Absolutely. Able to secure the kill here on Arja. This ultimately gave them the Dragon's Soul. It gave them so much to work with, and here is what we talked about earlier. Goes Golden, denies all the follow-up. He gets the flash away, does get knocked up. The Seraph shield is there, however, and Driver in the meanwhile, 3-man knock-up, completely denying Betty from play. Eventually, he's allowed to do something because Doggo just completely sends it once again, but it was cleaned up on the back end. Hongkyu gets the teleport off. He comes back in.
That was such a big brain call.
Yep, and Junja, with that hero's entrance, or Grand Skyfall rather, still available for himself, is able to get back onto that bottom lane of Talon and secure the deal. This was the end of the game. I mean, a little bit hysterical out of Woody, where he literally just missed absolutely everyone. But yeah, I mean, the game was essentially just over at this point. There's no.
But Doggo is rewarded as well. Finally, he gets the perfect dive off and finds a quadra kill off the back of it. So maybe not the message you want to send to bot laners, but Doggo makes it look good.
Absolutely. So game number 3 goes the way of CFO as they look to now close out in a simple 4-game series. But when we're back, we'll see if Talon can snap back after this break.
Get ready for lolesports' new international competition, First Stand Tournament. At the end of the first split of 2025, one team from each of the 5 regions will travel to Seoul, South Korea to duke it out in Lol Park for a week of action. At FST, pros will have a chance to forge their own path to victory, whether it be through brute force, elite mental, sheer creativity, or deft mechanics, as their skills are tested like never before with Fearless Draft. The tournament begins with a best-of-3 round-robin stage where each team will play once against all other teams. In this stage, each team will start 2 matches with the right of side selection and 2 without. At the end of the round-robin, the last team in the standings will be eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, which will feature a single elimination best-of-5 bracket. The opening matches will pair the 1st seed against the 4th seed and the 2nd seed against the 3rd seed. These teams will battle it out to reach the finals, where we will crown the very first winner of the First Stand Tournament, proving themselves to be the most versatile team in the world.
Is it gonna win us the game?
Of course. The winning team will also secure a second bye for their region in MSI 2025, bypassing play-ins and advancing directly to the bracket stage. All of Winter Split playoffs and First Stand will be played using full Fearless Draft mode. In full Fearless, any pick champions are banned for the remainder of the match. This means in Game 2, there will be a total of 20 bans, 10 champions played in Game 1, and the 10 newly banned in Game 2. This trend continues throughout the series, and by Game 5, the total of 50 champions will be unavailable for play. Teams will be pushed to delve deeper into their champion pools, making the draft increasingly challenging as the series progresses. This unlocks exciting opportunities for creativity and showcases versatile gameplay.
I didn't even know that was possible!
You don't want to miss all of the action of the First Stand Tournament. Tune in from March 10 through 16 on lolesports.com.
Welcome to war. Test me. You want to me now? I yield to no one. What's this? Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on!
It's about to get messy! Let's dance. Blood for Noxus!
The wrath of Abaddon!
The way you touch my face, it's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way I say your name, the way I touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie.
And for the final, or possible final time tonight, we are back. Talon now trailing. It's 1-2 in favor of CFO. After what was another good start for them, unfortunately, some macro indecisions or misdecisions lead them to just relinquish that lead and truly give over so much to both Hongqiu and Doggo that does spell their demise. Now, they're going to be forced to win another game on red side if they want to get this closed out. And CFO, if they're able to do it, it'll be a 4-game series.
Sounds like you're losing faith there a little bit, Vestion. The stalwart of the PCS, lacking faith in one of the most dynasty rosters coming out of the region. Oh, look, I can understand. I think there is justification for doubt into Talon at the moment. CFO have been looking stronger and stronger as these games have gone on. Hongqiu is playing out of his mind. Doggo's playing out of his mind. But I think we've both agreed that it's not necessarily entirely CFO driving that. There have been some missteps and some misplays out of Talon which have set them on this path. But the good thing is, it's still a best of 5. They are not out of it just yet. They get side selection once again.
Absolutely. So they do select the blue side. And no changes to the rest driver dynamic over on CFO. It's going to be driver once again playing. We'll see how this draft does unfold because, again, that was another 10 champions removed from the pool. We're really scraping the barrel of what's up and available. Betty Zeri, I'm starting to think of, considering his performance on it yesterday. I wouldn't hate to see it. The Jinx for Doggo, much the same. So there's still certainly champs up that can entice some excitement.
Do we see the Draven? Do we see them dive in and bring him out for potentially a game-winning match here for CFO? I don't think so yet. I think if we get anything, it's going to be Game 5. It's going to be a Silver Scrapes Draven, but into the ban phase, look at that.
3 Junja bans.
On top of that, the Azir once again going to be denied away. And it's not even, we'll wait and we'll see. No, immediately hit the Azir. off in that ban phase. It's not going to be an option for Fofa. And I think, honestly, of any of the champions that were left in the pool, that was likely going to be the biggest bailout. As a result, yeah, Scraggus is let through, which, I mean, look, it's not like there hasn't been answers, but it has certainly looked very, very good in the playoffs.
And Caitlyn is the answer. What are they going to go alongside it? Nico or Lux generally is what you'd look towards. Still, Caitlyn's certainly not... okay, well, Ginger, I've watched him for so many years. I've never seen him pick Lee Sin in my life.
He has not played at the split.
I would be very excited to see it, but instead, okay. Yeah, that's more of a Ginger pace. Now, this does mean almost certainly Castle will go Lee Sin, because you need something that can somewhat match the power of a Nidalee early game, and Lee Sin is one of the remaining junglers. In fact, probably the remaining jungler that does do that and does it well. Jhin, for now, though, looking like it's going to be Betty's choice, and it's a champion that will do okay into these Caitlyn lanes in general. Most likely will go down some CS, but you can try and navigate that by looking for the lane swap. You have the Gragas, which will do pretty well in that situation. Even yesterday, we saw Arja threatening a solo kill in the 2v1 on this Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, it does well. It plays well into team fight. You don't have to be on the front line to do damage. You can sit well back with a curtain call going. While there is already a pretty solid source of damage now, especially with Gragas and Nico. There's a lot of setup, so you can pretty freely get those shots off. Sion immediately slammed in for Driver, and it does, unfortunately for Talon, leave an opening for that Lee Sin to be banned out now.
And it should be, ultimately. And that makes me wonder what could possibly come out from Casa, because we are running dangerously low on jungle champions in terms of the ones we've actually seen. I mean, Brand is still up. Yeah.
Not a phenomenal Brand game. Yeah, and it is immediately going to be taken out. Maybe we do get that Fiddlesticks that keeps getting hovered.
It does keep getting hovered. I doubt it. Especially, you know,
it's already a lot of magic damage out of Talon. It's kind of just stacking, you know.
Also, it thrives in solo queue, but when the enemy team have wards absolutely everywhere.
And two sets of traps, like, you are going to struggle to find an avenue. And it really is, I think, with that much magic damage already on the board, putting a bit of a hat on a hat.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Bard taken away, I guess, I mean, what does Kyling play? He doesn't play range champions. Like, he actually just doesn't. Renata and Bard are all I've seen him play.
He's played Thresh.
Yeah, I mean...
Brom is still available. Caitlyn Brom it can be a pretty oppressive lane.
You probably can't get away with Brom into Nico.
No.
Is the problem. And Viego going to be taken away. I forgot about that, champ. So, I mean...
It's been a bit like that this split, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, this is 6 junglers banned and 1 taken away.
Warwick, surely.
Plus the other 6 that were banned because of Fearless. So ultimately...
There's going to be like that one jungler that we've completely forgotten about, just because it is so played so infrequently.
I actually wouldn't hate to see the Ivern.
Wait, Kindred.
Yeah, no, but Casa doesn't... I've never seen Casa play the Kindred, at least not recently. And so
Blitzcrank. Oh, we're going deep into Kaiwig's champion pool on that one. Yeah, there were Threshers there. I think it offers a little bit of a bailout because, Nani Caliber Net, as you are so vocal about, not necessarily on micro, is a bit fraudulent in terms of being classed as a mobility. And Brom Caitlyn.
So it is a Brom Caitlyn. It's going to mean that the lane power that this Caitlyn likes to have is going to be that much worse, considering you're going to be going up against a Nico. We'll see how they navigate that. Maybe they're the ones that opt into the lane swap, but I mean, we'll have to find out when we do load into this game eventually. Still, we've got to work out. Wow. Okay, we are going... I mean, this is a classic solo queue pick. The problem this Jarvan would face, if it is locked in, is currently there is 3 champions that you're steering down that can just jump out of that Cataclysm.
And it's going to be locked in. And we'll find out. The answer to the age-old question, is Jarvan really helping? That Cataclysm can be both a blessing and the biggest curse to your team if you are not in the right place at the right time. But I mean, the flag and drag combo is great and all. He's a very solid jungler, but into a Nidalee, it's going to be interesting to see how he fares. Fofo is going to take the Victor. So again, there's a lot of magic damage coming out, but the 2 AD champions in the Jhin and the Jarvan also do a lot of AD damage.
I have a big concern. We need Sion to not get any items, because if Talon have this game go to 30 minutes, I cannot even begin to theorize a way that the Sion is killed. Outside of his entire team is taken out first and he's just a pinata at the end.
You mean like that game where they were playing Skarner Sion into the Jhin and Jhin did next to nothing? Just done in the mid lane? I mean, it's not the worst pick. It's a pretty safe one, honestly. And yeah, Honkyu's going to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You're okay to...
You got a lot of setup for the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, you're okay to pick up more AD because you have this Nidalee. You're also wanting to have mobility because they have Jarvan, something that can somewhat match the range of Victor later on, and Tristana kind of can't, but she will threaten on the side lane, and Victor will not really fare that well against her. Ultimately, all CFO need to do now to become the champions of the first ever split of the LCP is last 30 minutes in this game. Because if Sion gets any items that build from a Null Magic Mantle online, he is going to be so wholly unkillable.
Which is a pretty safe bet.
Yes.
Is that he's going to find that freedom, even into a lane swap. Sion, if he gets dived, yeah, look, he just goes and smacks the wave before he ultimately times out and ends back in the fountain, and he's up again pretty quickly. Yeah, look, it definitely, suddenly Fofo's job has become a lot harder because he is going to struggle to chew through what is ultimately a very, very tanky top laner and a Brom to boot. So, I mean, the one saving grace is you've got teamfight. If they get the perfect Cataclysm, Chaos Storm, Curtain Call combo, it is going to just be poetry in motion, but even then there is a darn good chance that Driver still doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you get to these team fights, the only real way that Talon can win later on in the game is to try and kill the carries before anything else happens, because there is no way to front to back later on in this game. Honestly, the Jhin will never really be doing the damage to kill the Sion, and it should just give so much room ultimately for Hongq and Doggo to just free hit. They're going to have that attack speed steroid that is inbuilt to Nidalee's kit. You know, Tristana already has one. As Kasa does disconnect, I think a ping issue. We saw a couple of them yesterday, so hopefully we get back into this game. Quick snappy.
I think the one big opportunity creator in this team is now Aja. If he can isolate players, specifically Doggo and Hongq, with the explosive cask, there's a lot of follow-up. They die almost instantaneously. So there is potentially, if CFO get caught out of position repeatedly, I mean, they need to be at the team fight at the right time, because otherwise explosive cask really makes or breaks this game for Talon in the most egregious sense, because it either keeps them alive or denies them opportunities.
Yeah. Winter's Bite connects onto Woody, but follow-up knock right there. Betty has to be really careful. Oh, this is really problematic. Flash, Winter's Bite connects, and he's going to lose his flash as well, but the flash can follow up, and that is Betty going down for first blood. And what better champion to pick it up than the Nidalee? Unfortunately, for Talon, it's a pretty poor start, but, you know, CFO were in this position too in our most recent game.
Guri is green with envy right now. If that had been him yesterday, it might just have been Vikings playing up against CFO in this grand final, but it's not. Unfortunately, Guri had a really rough game on the Nidalee, wasn't able to find much traction at all. So yeah, that early kill accelerates a champion that really likes to accelerate, and you can see CFO looking to opt into that lane swap. So far, it is looking to potentially be matched. Yeah, it is. So it is just going to be matched.
Yeah, I think this is ultimately what Talon want.
Driver thinks he is. He thinks he's rolled a nat 20 on the sneak check.
Unfortunately,
he has not.
Yeah. Interesting to see how this Jarvan performs. Not the strongest of champs into what is ultimately a fairly mobile CFO roster.
Honestly, I think Jarvan probably makes better support. Just in my personal opinion, I like to play him support. I'm a bit of a menace in ranked, but he is going to offer a lot of mobility in the early game in terms of you know, getting onto a target, shutting them down, locking them down, setting up that what is already pretty heavy damage lanes. But and there's just also a lot of mobility to pair with it. That there is a very real chance that Kasa ultimately just falls behind because he can't stick to any target long enough to set up the kill.
Hongq doing a great job of dodging out of these lasers for the time being, and finds himself at a 3 CS advantage after the first 2 waves, not missing a farm for himself, and Fofo missing 3. Tank battle down the bot side. Shouldn't really be much happening. Both are kind of just these sustained tanks early on.
Bomb stacked up onto Fofo, and the trade is immediately answered. That laser still hurting though onto Hongq. Kasa in his blue side jungle could potentially look for something. Junja does just get it done. He's pretty much as you would expect at this point. He is ahead. He wants to keep that going. He's got the boots. He's going to clear everything out and then potentially look for a gank. But realistically, there's not a huge opening anywhere on the map right now.
Good amount of damage being done in this bottom lane here to Kaiwing. I mean, this is the struggle of the Braum, of course, but Kaiwing and how he is as a player, he wants to be on those melee supports. He will have one for himself, and unfortunately, with Woody being a little bit more versatile in terms of his champion picks, does mean that despite having the Caitlyn, you have found yourself in a bit of a losing situation in terms of that lane.
And down on the bot side, well, for the most part, there shouldn't be a heck of a lot going on. RJ is just being body blocked here by creeps, and
Driver does have to be a little bit careful here. Ultimately, he doesn't have flash. Remember, he did use it there to ensure the kill over onto Betty down on the bot side, and RJ with flash still available could very honestly just look for a kill onto the
oh boy, it's payback time in a very real way.
Yeah, Carl's is going to see this, and he does step on the trap and will be able to contest for the Raptors. Does secure them for himself, and ultimately gets absolutely every single one of them. I think maybe Junja got one of the small ones.
I don't think he did. He was just out of range there.
Well, weathering the storm, TLN, they obviously gave over that first blood, but haven't really been punished for it. And honestly, it makes sense considering they are the side that lost less of the flashes. It's just a little bit of a more power over to Junja in the early stage of the game. Does get his recall off now. Faded Ash is going to speed up his jungle clear just that much more.
I mean, he's having a pretty good time all said and done. The problem being is that there is a risk of plateauing and falling off a little bit in terms of that acceleration. As Nidalee, you want to keep that going. You just keep stringing the kills together. Aja going to get the vision onto Junja's positioning right now.
Just dominating Honkyu in terms of the priority in this lane, at least. Honkyu up CS, though. So we'll have more gold for himself, at least.
Yeah, but the Cull as well going to accelerate that to an extent. Junja, I think, making the right call at the moment. There isn't a huge amount of kill threat. Maybe if he can capitalize on this big tank slapping fight that is going down in the bot lane. Spear connects onto Fofo.
Not going to be playing too aggressively just yet. Doesn't know what could possibly be there, and obviously does not have the amount of vision we do. So can't see that caster is in fact up here.
Grubs 10 seconds out, so yeah, CFO gonna go for a cheeky recall. Try and get themselves back in. Unhealthy Kaiwing is gonna stick around. I mean, it gives them a lot of setup with that Winter's Bite. I mean, I think this is the longest we've seen vanilla matchups from both these teams in a while. To be fair, yeah, we did have the just straight lanes normally, but into a lane swap, it's red, and they just stick with it. They don't look to swap much around of anything.
Yeah, now, Void Grubs are going to be picked up by CFO. Nice chunk there onto Doggo, though. He's going to take a recall, and maybe now we're going to see swaps as you see Driver also opting in for it. It will be now CFO that likely want to try and get some priority around this Dragon, being that they already secured the top side objective. Betty going to be matching the recall, and likely RJ very shortly as well. Still, this gold lead not really ballooning all that much. The Void Grub's helping a little bit, but Talon doing a reasonably okay job at navigating it for the time being.
Yeah, but the thing is, we talked about it in the break as well. It was a large portion of what went wrong there for Talon was the macro game. CFO just out-macroed them for the most part. They were getting to the objectives just a little bit faster. Driver, I mean, he's a tank. He's pretty happy with that. And Junja is going to carry on with that macro threat. Woody going to send the clone on in, but does just miss. Kaiwing, him stepping out there should ultimately give away the game, but CFO have already got the priority there. Meanwhile, on the top side, Driver, Aja, smacking each other. The Driver, he's just going to be able to walk his way out. Yeah, it's a bit of damage, but realistically, I don't see... Oh, okay, maybe not.
He doesn't have all... He does have flash, but Aja can answer it. I think this might just be a solo kill up on the top side. I mean, Driver, he's trying to run away. He's not going to be able to find these minions without going into that death form, and yeah, I mean, he's just going to get solo killed.
Does he go for... okay, the ward going down means that he's not going to be able to go for the cheeky bush play.
An exceedingly long trade, but...
That decimating smash, it's so hard.
Yeah, it will eventually just result in a solo kill for Aja. Almost certainly. I mean, Driver making his way to this tower, actually.
He's healing very much. This shield... no, I think he just gets away now.
He's out of mana. Oh, Archie not connecting on the body slam. He's out. And while that all happened, a bunch of minions going down at Arch's tower means he's actually going to be out in terms of that XP. So, I mean, well played by Driver to actually get out in that scenario. None of his decimating smashes ultimately being stopped by body slam, and yeah, just walks on out. Arch, though, he's going to reap some benefits. He's going to be able to pick himself up a plate.
I mean, it still does nothing to close that gap, though. Unfortunately, Driver's still holding that lead. We do see 6 up for Casa, so that Cataclysm is going to... Driver is just biding a bit of time. His bot lane duo is coming to meet him up in this top side. With no flash from Aja, there was potential for a bit of a collapse, but yeah, he makes the right call, realizes that this could go horribly wrong, and I don't want to make that mistake for myself given the rough spot I'm already in. So we'll look to channel his back. Does Doggo connect on a Piltover Peacemaker? No, Aja gets out, and we'll look to go elsewhere.
Yeah, top laners now going to meet each other on the bottom side as the bot laners do meet up here. Of course, Void Grub spawning now in 1 minute. It's the next objective on the map, and it's going to be what is likely somewhat of a contest. I think Talon now, they need to try and do what they can to stem the bleeding. They are unfortunately just falling bit by bit further and further behind, and again, if this game goes anywhere near the late game, it's just going to get harder and harder just due to the fact that they are majoritively magic damage up against a full tank Scion.
Yeah, very much so. It's a rough gig. Casa, he's going to look to take that scuttle down on the bot side river. It doesn't net them a whole lot other than just a bit of extra information in terms of positioning through that river. Maybe a bit of an out for Aja if he gets in trouble. Casa steps out of the spear there, but with Woody in position, not going to be spotted either. So Junja, I mean, he's mobile, he's not going to be punished. They're looking more for Honky than anything. Oh boy.
Well, damage onto Woody. He does flash away from the Grateful Fissure, but unfortunately Honkyu's been locked up for too damn long. He doesn't get the reset, and that is a much needed kill over to the mid lane of Talon.
It's a big injection of cash into the hands of Fofo, who, look, he's been very solid and keeping pace, but it then also translates into prio over these Void Grubs as well, so they can look to take it. Junja, he's got some damage coming out of those spears, I think. Oh, he stole it. That's cheeky.
He gets one with the smite. And now Talon trying to back on out. Caster's going to have to flash. Driver's ult won't net all that much, and Honku back in the fray with that teleport coming through. Caster still with ultimate available, does use it. The Cataclysm comes out. The curtain calls, finding its mark, but Driver's going to be able to stroll on out of there, and the 4th shot does go wide. Now low health bars are here on the side of Talon, and Woody with no flash, but does have the Pop Blossom. Junja going to opt to leave the pit, going to give over this Void Grub. Maybe even looking for a way back in. He does have smite, but Casa will be able to secure those last 2 for the team, and so crisis averted. They are going to be able to all live as well as collect themselves 2 of those Void Grubs.
Oh, that was very rough. Not just for Hongq here, but hopefully we get the replay of that fight around Grubs as well. Big kill for Fofo, and unfortunately we don't. But Aja knocked, I think it was at least 2 of them out of that Cataclysm with the explosive cask, and meant that that curtain call damage couldn't connect onto anyone other than Driver, and Junji just walks back in and tanks it.
Driver, he's gonna not really feel all that threatened under the tower here against Agragas. Rod of Ages now online for Arja, but still needs 10 more minutes for that to truly stack up. Going for a tankier build here, I mean, makes a lot of sense considering you don't want any more magic damage.
I wonder which was the real victor. One of them shooting a laser, the other one isn't. Yeah, look, I think there's a lot, still missed opportunity so far for Woody. He's been looking for the Pop Blossom. No real perfect opportunities presented itself, but maybe a tower dive to come through here onto Hongq.
Betty has literally no mana, is going to be the struggle.
The Buster shot there, Woody. They haven't got the minion wave either.
Yeah, now there's no way this works. Kai Wing on his way up. And unfortunately, you know, trying to find anything is Caster at the moment. Probably realizing that the team composition is on a clock. Junja is down the bot side. It's a nice facial fissure, but now Hongq's going to quickly become that target.
Oh,
is going to be able to get out of the stun. Arja trying to do what he can under this tower. Does flash away. He's trying to find the damage back, but ace in the hole.
Great juggle of aggro.
Very quickly taken out.
Great juggle of aggro there. Doggo just copping the last little bit of damage at the end, and as a result, he's ultimately rewarded with the kill for himself. They do get Honkyu out as well, and Talon was so keen to find the kill driver as well. Just they play so well around that Doggo's going to get great damage out onto this tower, and it should realistically net them at least the first of the feats here towards that Noxian Blessing. And I mean, CFO are primed on the verge of the other two as well.
They certainly are, and so this is it. I mean, Talon, they're trailing in Game 4. They're down in the series. This win would secure CFO their first LCP championship. They would be going on to represent the region internationally, and at least for the time being, they certainly do appear to be the strongest of our teams. Kasa going to be scouting out around this dragon. Talon, I think, quickly realizing action needs to take place, but Honkyu's going to be here and spot this out and try and find some damage onto Kasa. And it's not going to be insignificant amounts. Half HP now is Kasa. Woody still yet to find an impactful Pot Blossom on this Nico. Betty coming down. He has that 4th shot primed. Meanwhile, though, Fofo's not here. Neither is Driver. So it is going to be a 4v4 if a fight does begin to take place. As Driver going aggressively. He's already found a solo kill onto Victor today, but on the main screen, it's going to be Junja who takes away that dragon, and the Pot Blossom finds 2, but it's only onto really nothing. It just doesn't net anything. It was trying to get Woody out, and Kasa, he misses the smite, and he does get taken out, and you know, CFO slowly but surely closing that grip around the throats of Talon. They're going to get this mid tower as well. Junja so accelerated on this Nidalee, is able to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants.
It is just a free map for CFO at the moment. Noxian Blessing claimed on top of their second Drake. I think the realistic situation is we may not even see a soul come through. I mean, Talon think that they're in prime position, and Kasa, who looked infallible yesterday when it came to the smite game, has just the dragon stolen out from underneath them, a defensive Pot Blossom. Unfortunately, Kasa gets caught, and with nothing to get out, even the explosive cask sent to try and bail him, get him out of that rough situation, just nothing found, and things go from very, very bad to drastic even.
Yeah, and unfortunately, while Kasa would have loved to have been able to smite that, Junja with the upgraded smite already versus just the 900 damage that could have come through from Kasa, means that while that dragon was on about 950 HP, there was no conceivable way he gets it, and Junja was able to get into range and take out that objective. So now 2 dragons on the board for CFO, a timer on the clock for Talon. This Jhin not going to scale into the game, going the lethality build as well, realizing ultimately he needs to have that threat of damage. Instead of going for something like the Static Shiv or Collector, he's going for something that might give him a bit more maneuverability. Teleport coming in. This is going to be Driver, and he's on the back of Fofo, who does have Flash. He's going to be able to get out at least of that spear, but here comes absolutely everyone, and Fofo is going to be taken out. Honkyu going to reap the benefits of that. Driver now, I mean, he is completely unfazed. He's in the middle of 4 people. He's going to find a massive decimating smash, and now the Glacial Fissure, and Kasa, he misses the flag and drag. Oh, it's a crucial mistake at a crucial time, and Doggo claims the gold, and Talon are falling apart. It's CFO. They are so far ahead. The momentum and wind well in their sails. They look to seal the deal. They're going to take the tower. They're going to take the Rift Herald, and Talon are left wanting.
I mean, this is just a shocking incident that we're witnessing purely because of the fact that he can't do anything. I mean, Sion is just so tanky. He's so much frontline for this team. Kaiwing as well just negates most of his damage, so all he can really do is sit there and watch as his team falls. And Fofo caught out of position, a phenomenal teleport on the dying end of a ward there from Driver. And it's Fofo, he's already flashed, he's not getting out of that situation. Kasa wants to try and make a play, has Arja there as well, who misses the body slam, which allows Driver to turn, the Glacial Fissure on top, and just an insane amount of damage on the Kasa, who then, while under pressure, misses the flag and drag, only to be finished off by Doggo. So these situations that, I mean, are not good to start off with, just get worse and worse. And Kasa, again, has been caught. Unfortunately, this is going to be an absolutely brutal reality check for Talon.
Absolutely. Now, trying to find some damage, trying to do anything. Other side of Talon, unfortunately, we've seen them come back before from a very you know, behind position. They also did have the Victor. They had the Jin that time. Unfortunately, it was against competitors that are not CFO, and I think from this position, it seems like you'd be living in a fairy tale land. I mean, CFO, they've come in, they got completely destroyed in game one, and then from then on out, just absolutely surgical with it. Honkyu taking a lot of damage, but this tower will be going down. Driver takes out the top tower. The map is just falling apart. And I am almost ready to say we have our first LCP champions.
Off a cliff. That goal difference just diving deeper and deeper. There was a moment for about all of 10 seconds, unfortunately, where Talon did hold that lead earlier on in the game. But yeah, unfortunately, there's the Jin trap. It just seems too good to be true for teams, and when they pick it, ultimately it turns out to be. You pick a tank into it, even a tank and a half, really, because it is mostly just Kaiwing and Driver that he has to get through, but they are all the front line. There's so much damage coming in from over their shoulders. This Dragon, 10 seconds away, and this might just be the final nail in the coffin for Talon.
Yeah, they're looking aggressively here. They do not have the Chaos Storm. Fofo running desperately away as Kaiwing's going to pull the trigger. It's a really good Glacial Fissure, and down will go Woody. He doesn't even get the Pop Blossom off. The flash away. The Flag and Drag will connect, but unfortunately it's onto Kaiwing. Yes, Betty gets the kill, but what does it cost? It might just cost them the series as down goes Archer as well. 3 members of Talon down. CFO stand tall. And they are looking to take the series and claim the championship.
They have been undoubtedly the most consistent team this split of any. They fall to Secret, which denies them their chance at a first seed going into playoffs, but they prove that does not matter worth it. Dan, they're looking to turn on the Driver, but he's so beefy. He takes so long to get through. They might still just get him, but they have to commit everything to make it happen.
Yeah, they do get the shutdown, and it's on to Betty. It's a much-needed gold, but it feels like a little too little too late. I mean, we'll see how this starts off. They try and find a chunk. Kaiwing just completely denies the entirety of it. And despite getting stunned up, he gets the flash away. And then in will come Driver. Kaiwing pulls the trigger. Woody is just completely one-shot. And from there is no realistic hope that Talon can take it. They get 1 kill off the back, but all it does is enable the rest of CFO to then collapse onto Arja. They claim the 3rd kill of the fight. And unfortunately for Talon, it means Soul Point once again and an insanely dominant position as Driver will now teleport in, CFO starting the other Khan. And look, if there was any objective that a game could be thrown at, we're staring at it.
Yeah, look, I lost track of the fact that we're pre-Artican at that point. That's how accelerated this game has been, but they are looking for something. Archie takes some big damage. Luckily, he is a Gragas, should be able to get a bit of it back up. They find the route onto Honkyu.
There's a lot of damage. Chaos Storm comes out, so Honkyu going to be nullified a little bit, but there comes the surge of health coming out of Junja. Keep an eye on Woody. It's going to require a massive Pop Blossom from him. When can he pull the trigger, though? The Glacial Fish is fantastic!
Oh my.
And Honkyu sends all that damage straight back into Talon, and Honkyu is unleashed. He was low for a moment, but now he's going forward and forward and forward. Fofo will not block the ace in the hole, and he will go down as well. And that's a 4-0 as Otacon now on the minds of CFO. The curtain call can only do so much.
Oh, no, not Driver, just man tanking it. I mean, realistically, you hit him with that 4th shot, he's still shrugging that off like it's absolutely nothing. And the Jin trap snaps tight around Talon's leg. This impotent rage that unfortunately Betty must be feeling in the face of what is, for the most part, just a single Noxian tank.
Absolutely. How, you know, in his fortune, Driver, instead of just building the surefire way to win the game and Magic Resist, has opted in for a bit of Magic Resist, a bit of armor. So even if this goes later, then maybe Fofo starts out putting the damage he needs. We see, you know, he's got a bit of burst, but the heal eventually comes out of Junja, and they just completely run over the fight. All it takes is Driver running on in. The unstoppable onslaught is unstoppable, as it were. He finds the way into the middle of the fight. The decimating smash off the back of a glacial fissure is 3-man knock-up after 3-man knock-up. And Hongkyu is completely unleashed. Reset one. He wasn't able to get one here, but enough was done that the ace in the hole secures another kill. Fofo gets tagged by that Winter's Bite, and he too will be taken out.
Yeah, just frustration at just the complete inability to do anything at this stage. And the faces of Talon's support staff say it all. This is just a soul-crushing way to be seated in this game, which could very well be their last of the split.
Absolutely, it's a long 2-month holiday, although for a team like Talon, it will be no holiday. They will be getting straight back on the grind. Unfortunately, however, CFO now in a dominant position, 11k gold ahead, poised to take the series, to take the win. There's no conceivable way outside of just the worst team fight of all time that Talon will bring this one back. Kaiwing is just face tanking everything, and that's the support. Explosive Cask will hit Doggo away from the tower, but the tower is going to go down nonetheless, and Fofo, who's sitting now at half HP, is going to be forced back to his fountain. And unfortunately, that is the inhib going down. Baron also spawning.
Fofo hasn't even finished his Leandris. Oh, there we go. So he just finished it. Literally just combined everything. And unfortunately, it might just be CFO pulling that trigger.
Blossom coming out. He finds it onto 2, but it's just the tanks, and Fofo trying to do the damage as it were. Is not going to find anything at all. The Cataclysm comes out, and yes, maybe Driver gets taken out. He gets the shield off and ultimately will not. But it's a double kill for Hongkyu. It's going to be an absolute wipe, as CFO will take down the Nexus and become the first LCP champions. They will be our representative at First Strike. It was an amazing series. It was an amazing split out of this roster, and there could be no better representatives as the final Nexus goes down.
What an absolute showing from this roster. We had questions as they come into this split. A rookie mid laner coming in to join one of the top teams coming out of the PCS. You question, are they going to be able to hang with this roster with relative inexperience in the mid lane? Hongkyu starts the split dying to Artikan in his first series and ultimately transitions into its champion.
He certainly does. 17 years old. First grand final. First championship, and now first international berth. I could not be anything but proud of this roster. They start off the split, go on to 3 games against almost everyone. And when it comes down to crunch time, they stand tall. Game 1, a humiliating defeat. Game 2, they're trailing, they come back and they wipe, and Game 3 looked like a done deal for Talon, but you cannot count this roster out. They get it done, they bring it back, they become your champions, and this 6-man team progress to our international First Strike tournament over in Korea.
I mean, it's just so impressive. CFO have looked the most consistent roster in this competition, despite dropping maps here and there, despite dropping a Series 2 Team Secret Wales, who bowed out in the first round of the playoffs. They come in with a game plan. Playoffs, they miss out, they only take second seed, but that's enough. It gets them to the safety of the double elimination bracket. They did not need the safety net of the lower bracket, because they are just here for one reason, and one reason only: to get it done, to raise the trophy, and to be the best LCP has to offer.
Yeah, and absolutely the best they are. I mean, this series was a clear example of it, I think. Well, you could argue a lot about the flaws of Talon and where they would have went wrong if they did this, if they did that, how it would have looked a lot better. But when it comes down to it, from the very start of the split to now, even looking back in past years, there is a clear issue when it comes to their drafting, because we got ourselves into what was their elimination game. Game number 4, they're down 2-1, and we somehow end up with a draft that can never ever feasibly kill the enemy team's top lane. Not only that, it starts off poorly, you have to get ahead early, but the other team have a team comp that should get ahead early. The only lane with any sense of prio is going to be your Jin Nico. And Casa on this Jarvan, who doesn't have a target, by the way, is never going to be able to do anything. I think this game in particular was just such clear outdraft that there was just never ever conceivably going to be a way that Talon fights in this unless CFO completely grief. And the player of the series is going to be Hongq.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is rare. It is incredibly rare in such a competitive environment as League of Legends to find a player who bottoms out as hard as he does in game 1 in a series and then ultimately comes back to be what was arguably the driving force for this CFO roster to get it over the line. Plays phenomenally in that Sylas game, puts on an Orianna clinic in game 3 to set them up for the slam dunk to reverse sweep out Talon and ultimately claim that spot for themselves. Comes in with an Tristana into game 4. He plays as best he can into what could have been a very, very oppressive jungle mid combo. Comes out fine to the lane phase, plays synergistically like an absolute monster. Realistically, anyone on the CFO roster could have claimed that player of the match, but he went from the absolute trenches of game 1 to the peak that was game 4 in such an impressive way for a rookie.
Absolutely. And I mean, how incredible is it to see in, you know, how long League of Legends and lolesports has been around that we still can have players like Hongq come out of the amateur scene. They have their very first shot and you show a performance like he has over the course of the split. Even looking at his individual growth, not only in this series, but over the course of the year, where he started off and he was looking extremely shaky. There were times where he's getting caught out in these weird positions. There was times where he was mis-executing on team fights. And you get to the series, and yes, game 1, I think you can give it to him again. First ever playoffs for a major region. He's going to be nervous. He is that young person on the team. He's the person that ultimately Casa was trying to throw everything at, and it was sticking. But he comes out after that. He gets himself a good lane phase. He gets himself some massive team fights, and he gained so much confidence of just how he played that Sylas game that he completely and utterly outclassed even Fofo.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it to you. When I entered into the LCP, he dies to Artican for first blood. His first ever tournament to Artican, it is only up from there. And he took that in stride. He kept going from strength to strength. And you look at it, just positioning CFO in almost every aspect from game 2 onwards. They outclassed and outpaced Talent in. Their positioning was on point. Their synergy was on point. Yes, there are a couple of hurdles along the way, but they are not nearly as egregious enough to ultimately cost the series. They pull it together, and it goes from being just under the pump in game 1 to be the ones with the foot on the neck come game 4. That is so impressive as a transition for this team.
Absolutely. And now us as LCP fans and everyone watching from home will have the opportunity now to watch this team as they will represent us in the near future internationally. I mean, it is just, what a story to behold for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. Coming in, there could have been a lot that goes wrong. There could be a lot that falls by the wayside. And just the matchup in mid lane in general. You're coming up against the Don of the mid lane, Fofo. He is a staple of the PCS. And then out of nowhere, look, I'm going to call him what he is, the baby-faced killer in Hongq comes up and takes an absolute name in taking down Fofo. And you look at the rest of the CFO roster, Doggo, down in that bot side, played out of his mind. Kaya Wing was just a phenomenal support. Driver and Rest seemed to be this power interchangeable combo. Rest comes in, kicks it off strong. Driver is that fresh player off the bench coming in, finishing it stronger. And then just the inevitability that is Junja in the jungle. It is about as perfect a combo as you could have cooked up coming into this LCP split.
Yeah, and for Junja especially, you think about it. This game, he had 7 junglers banned before he picks up this Nidalee, and the impact he had cannot be understated. He was ultimately contesting Casa at near on every single camp. He was landing his spears, he was making sure Hongq in specific was topped up on health in every situation. and just ever so present. And I think as well, back to Hong Q, what an aptly named tournament that he's going to. First stand, this was his first stand, and he's going to go to the very first tournament, as you see there on the screens. All of them are champions. They're all going to be our season kickoff winners.
Welcome,
as we
ladies
will
and
now
gentlemen,
have an
and what
interview
a
on the
wonderful
stage.
series of games that was. Welcome to the post-game interview. I am going to be your host, Clement, and with me, I have the honor to bring you three team members of CFO. Starting off first is Hong Q. This has been an amazing split for you, an amazing journey. As a relatively new player, can you tell us how this journey has been for you and give us a bit of a feeling for your rating of your performance today? 那第一个问题的话，我们想要问一下这个红 Q， 因为你是这支队伍上面算是比较新的一个选手这样子。那这次打到国际赛，一定对你是一个很重要的里程碑。你可以跟我们分享一下你当前的一些感受，跟你今天对于自己的表现有什么样的看法吗？
当前的感受就是，可能前阵子训练赛就很辛苦吧，就是要一直练一直练，然后就这次能出国就蛮开心的吧，就是自己的努力没有白费，就对今天自己的表现挺满意的。
So what I'm feeling right now is that my effort has not gone to waste. Beforehand, in scrims, we just had to keep on trying, and keep on trying. As for my own performance, I'm just really happy that I was able to secure the opportunity to go and play at an international event. Now, the second question for you is, can you tell us about how maybe some of the more experienced players and your coaches has allowed you to grow up so fast on this team and roster and find your place? 那第二个问题，我想问一下，就是可能你队上的话有很多比你年长的选手，或甚至你们的教练，他是怎么样帮你迅速的精进，跟找到你自己在队伍上面的定位？
就可能一开始加入的时候，我那时候还很菜吧，就是可能训练赛的时候都会一直被念，然后可能教练大将会在休息时间的时候会一直告诉我，就该怎么做，游戏该怎么玩这样子。
When I first started off, I was a complete novice and I was getting berated all the time. Our coach, Chowie, would stay around me and keep on teaching me what to do and what to improve on. So a big thanks to Chowie and all the team members that made the CFO team possible. Next up, we are going to have some questions for Doggo. Doggo, you played with Kai Wing at another international tournament in 2021. What does it feel like to find that familiar support and find that familiar results, going and representing your region once more? 那 Doggo， 你之前在2021 MSI 的时候，其实就已经有跟开 Wing 搭档去打 MSI。那再度跟同一个舒适的辅助，又得到同样的一个结果，是什么样的感觉？
就是喂，
有听到。
就是也没有想到，就是我们会这么快的进到这次的第一阶段吧。我以为我们的磨合期应该还会很长，因为那时候的磨合期，就是也是有经历了我的凯撒草丛的挫败吧。
I did not expect us to find success so quickly. The last time we were together, it was a long period of getting to know and acclimate to each other. And I do remember my Kaisa in the bush incident from before as well. I think a lot of us do remember those moments, but the results ended up proving themselves. The second question for you is, Doggo, this is your first split back into this region in the LCP. And in your first time, you were able to knock off TLN, the most dominant team this region has ever produced. Can you tell us why you think that happened and what are your feeling about the results? 那 Doggo， 这是你回到这个赛区的第一季嘛？那马上就取得了显著的成果，将塔隆这个其实赛区的霸主马上就击败了。那你有预期有这样子的结果吗？目前的感想是什么？
我的预期是没有到这种结果啊，就可能我们是第二、第三名，然后有点艰难的落败那种感觉。这是我一开始的预期，我没有想过最终我们能让我们的新秀起来的这么快。
I did not foresee this result. I thought that we were going to end the season maybe second place or third place in a heartbreaking fashion. But we were able to rise our rookies up and take the win here for ourselves. Those were some great answers, Doggo. Thank you very much. And now for the coach that made all of this happen, you have brought CFO, brought another championship back to CFO after 3 years of trying. How have you been able to maybe shape their mentality and rise their skills and finally bring them back to the pinnacle? 就想问Charlie的第一个问题是，其实已经这个 CFO 拿到冠军睽违3年之久了。那这一次带队伍，你是怎么样让他们调整心态，让他们更增强自己，最后走回巅峰？
其实我一开始加入队伍，我就有跟他们说过，就是我其实很不严肃，我就是希望这些选手在我的带领之下，他们是很享受这个比赛的过程。所以其实像红 Q 能进步很快，是因为其实我们也没有给他太多压力，就是跟他说你去送啊，没关系，反正你自己送一送，你就知道下次你就不能送了。对，那其实我对选手就是很宽容，就是让他们，因为我觉得选手你要打久，你得享受。那你在比赛中你压力很大的话，你自己会没办法表现。那我觉得选手因为也不怕我，所以他们其实就很放得开去打。
What an amazing answer coming in from Chowie. Chowie says that the most important thing is that he wants his players to enjoy the game. He didn't try to put too much pressure on his players, and that was why Hongkyu was able to improve so quickly and so fast. He's telling Hongkyu that, hey, if you want to int, then go ahead and try it. I know you won't int afterwards after knowing the results. So I think that was the most important thing. I want my players to feel natural around me, to be able to play to their natural best, and that's why I think that they were able to improve so fast. So the second question I have for Chowie here is, a lot of players have mentioned that you have this very unique style of coaching that isn't necessarily from this region. Have you honed your coaching methods based on your players on this team, or where does this kind of coaching style come from?
我觉得执教这个方式的话，就是我因为其实，在电竞圈很久，应该有20年了，所以其实我有被很多教练带过，自己也有带过很多选手。那我就会在应对每个选手、每个队伍会有不同的方式，那就是自己想拿捏做，就决定好哪一个东西是为我们队伍是最好的。
I've been a coach for a very, very long time, and I've been able to go through all different sorts of coaching styles, and I really fit my coaching methods to the team that I have right now, and I believe I have found the best path for them. Thank you so much, CFO members, for this amazing interview, and we wish the best of luck at the upcoming 2025 First Stand Tournament. As for the rest of the LCP, you guys have done an amazing job as well. We will see you next split. But for now, we head on to Korea 2025 First Stand. Thank you all for watching today, and we'll see you next time.
There we are. Bit of a jump scare. We're unmuted now. Well, I mean, what a championship it was. I mean, the turbulence that this split had. We started off, you know, there was a shaky start for many of the teams. A lot of them coming into their own, a lot of them finding their footing, and I think CFO ultimately proving to be them. They were ultimately able to prove that they were just that good, and they were very deserving to be the winners of our kickoff tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking at those perspectives. Doggo coming into it not expecting that they were going to have the result they did. Hongkyu just wanting to do the best that he could. A very humble roster and clearly a very dedicated roster. Not hungry. They are hungry, but they're not cutthroat ambitious. They're not doing everything they can to get ahead. They want to make sure that their players are in the best environment they possibly can be. And you look at events and settings like this as precursors to success. And those massive moments that make those legend players that ultimately become synonymous with the game. And Hongkyu at 17 is finding these opportunities. He's just won a championship at 17. Those are those precursor moments that could lead to a legendary career coming out of LCP. Hongkyu has the potential to become one of the best mid laners the world has ever seen.
Absolutely, and with the upcoming First Stand tournament, that's really his time to cement himself that legacy, to start building upon it, because obviously this is a fantastic way to kick off. You've just come in, you're that rookie, you're 17, you're the youngest player in the league. You've made yourself the winner. You've it's hard to go higher from here. Ultimately, the first stand is where you can do it. And then looking towards more success throughout the year. And I mean, CFO, they only got better throughout the split. And I imagine as we go throughout this year of 2025, it's only going to be up for him and the rest of the CFO roster. And they said it there in the interview as well. It's been since 2021 where Doggo and Kaiwing last played together. I believe that was also the last time Kaiwing went to an international tournament. So now coming back together, forming that reunion in the bottom lane and looking fantastic, by the way. You have to look towards these guys. These are going to be our representatives, and I couldn't be more happy with who is eventually going to be going there.
Absolutely. I mean, they just look so good. It's not to say that they are the best hope that LCP has. I think we're not really going to find that until later in the year. But if this is what we are putting up as our first international representatives for the first stand, I'm pretty darn confident that we can make a bit of a statement to the world.
Absolutely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this does bring us to the close of our season kickoff of the LCP. The very first split that this potentially historic region could have. And I could not have been more proud to have brought it to you. Thank you so much once again for joining us. And I cannot wait to see you all later on after first stand in Korea.
Crossing city limits when I hit the road, feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. It's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. It's all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. As long as I die, you're right by
your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
You look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something. So you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you throwing that back? I guess, let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you with it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want